Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our September 20th meeting. This is Board Chair Katie Crystal speaking. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Vice Chairman Dorsey, Ms. Garvey, Mr. Carantonis, Mr. DeFerranti, all present and accounted for. We will launch in today with some recognitions as well as reports from the board members and from the manager. And I am delighted to begin on a positive note with some very special guests here. This month, September, is Urban Agriculture Month, and I have a proclamation and an opportunity to welcome the Arlington Friends of Urban Agriculture and possibly some show and tell that they have brought with them. So I'll be brief with the proclamation and then welcome any words you all might like to add. So I'm going to excerpt it, if that's all right. But whereas agriculture plays an important role in Arlington, producing fresh local food on rooftops, indoors, and in gardens, and Arlington County is a regional urban agriculture leader and has provided matching grant funding to support commercial controlled environment agricultural enterprises, creating new jobs in this emerging sector. Whereas Arlington supports community gardens and design elements of biophilic cities, and whereas Arlington Resiliencies planning addresses food insecurity resulting from the coronavirus pandemic impacts, natural disasters, extreme climate events, and man-made emergencies, and that highlights the importance of sustainable food systems. Whereas Arlington has 10 farmers markets, including job opportunities for local producers that provide gleaning for donation and matching SNAP and food stamp benefits, pop-up food markets distributing fresh food, 413 county-supported community garden plots, including an ADA accessible space, yard and food waste collection for composting, and further county libraries support gardeners through education programs and demonstration gardens, and school gardens offer outdoor learning opportunities for youth, whereas the Virginia Cooperative Extension and the Master Gardener and Master Food Volunteer Program provide extensive public education programs promoting the production and preparation of nutritious food. And whereas Friends of Urban Agriculture and its Plot Against Hunger program promotes the urban agriculture sector, including supporting school gardens, local gardeners, and gleaning opportunities at area farms in order to offer fresh produce for individuals and donations to local food pantries. Now, therefore, I, Katie Crystal, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, hereby proclaim October 2022 as Urban Agriculture Month in Arlington County to promote and to educate residents about the benefits of urban agriculture programs in our community in promoting healthy and sustainable food systems. So welcome, Friends of Urban Agriculture, as well as the Virginia Cooperative Extension. If you'd like to join us for a picture, I'd be delighted to present this proclamation to you all for your work. Thank you all so much, and this is a great opportunity to make sure the community knows that October 1st at 10 a.m. at Central Library, there'll be a kickoff to Urban Agriculture Month with our friends from Friends of Urban Agriculture and the Cooperative Extension. Thank you so much. All right, I believe, did you want to do the emergency?
I do. I have it now.
Perfect. So I'm going to turn to Ms. Garvey for the National Emergency Preparedness Month proclamation.
Thank you, which is September. We're back in the month of September again. And I'm pleased to read this proclamation. Whereas September 2022 is National Preparedness Month, as declared by the Department of Homeland Security, and whereas National Preparedness Month seeks to increase public awareness about the importance of preparing for disasters and emergencies and to encourage individuals to act, and whereas preparedness goes beyond fire alarms, deadbolt locks, and extra food, and whereas Arlington County's Department of Public Safety Communications and Emergency Management encourages Arlingtonians to prepare for disasters and emergencies in their homes, businesses, and schools, and whereas National Preparedness Month is an opportunity for all residents and employees to prepare for disasters and emergencies, and whereas Arlington County encourages residents to be informed about different threats, make an emergency supply kit, make a family emergency communication plan, and get involved in preparing our community, and whereas preparedness is everyone's responsibility, now, therefore, Katie Crystal, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, does hereby proclaim the month of September 2022 National Preparedness Month in Arlington County and urge all citizens to get informed, make a plan, and get involved in preparedness. And I'll be happy to talk about that later today. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Garvey. Look forward to hearing a little more about some of those efforts during your board member report. We are going to move then, unless I've missed any proclamations or recognitions, into board member and chairs reports. I have the pleasure of beginning this afternoon to talk about a topic that actually came up at our public comment on Saturday, and I have been looking forward to bringing back to this board, which is ranked choice voting in Arlington. And specifically what I'm talking about today is a proposal in consultation with my colleagues that we bring ranked choice voting to Arlington local offices only, specifically county board only, in 2023, piloting with the primaries. So if we could go to the next slide. So what is ranked choice voting? RCV, it's an electoral system. We're probably most familiar with our current system, which is essentially whomever gets the most among a plurality is the winner. Ranked choice voting is a system that allows, but does not require, voters to rank their candidates by order of preference. You can see a little demonstration here. If a candidate wins a majority outright, then that ranked choice voting operates just like our current system. If they don't, then our tabulators in our Arlington Elections Office then go to later preferences and allocate them to the remaining candidates. Instant runoff is a term that people are maybe more familiar with. And in 2020, the General Assembly took an action that allowed localities to adopt ranked choice voting when it comes to electing their county board of supervisors or city councils. Starting just this past spring, the Virginia Department of Elections convened a ranked choice voting working group of electoral board members and registrars to start standardizing administration and creating an election administration's handbook. So we'd been waiting for some of that work to happen at the state level before we could implement locally. If we could go to the next page. So why consider this in Arlington? Well, here's a snippet of a headline from the editorial board of the Washington Post, calling specifically on our neighbors in Montgomery County, I'm not sure why not Arlington, to implement ranked choice voting, but expressing their support. Certainly ranked choice voting has been in the news apropos of a congressional race in Alaska, where ranked choice voting delivered someone who was widely seen perhaps as a more moderate candidate in that special election. But ranked choice voting is demonstrated through survey data where it's in use to strengthen voters' sense of efficacy in local government. It allows voters to express their full preferences to vote for a candidate whose ideology or platform they might be really interested in supporting, even if that candidate, quote, doesn't have as good of a shot at winning. And it also promotes consensus candidates. You are more likely to see candidates who have a broader appeal across the community elevated as nominees or winners. We also are looking next year, as many know, is the 2-seat year where 2 of the county board seats are on the ballot, which in consultation with our registrar suggests actually could be an ideal time to introduce ranked choice voting. Voters are more likely to see a difference in the RCV and the traditional system and learn about how the system works. They are also used to already marking down 2 names in a 2-seat year. The tabulation is a little bit more complex, but it's important to note that what voters need to understand is only how to rank their candidates, and then those who are interested in how tabulation works on the back end. We are fortunate to have a registrar and electoral board that are very interested in getting into the details of that, but it's not the responsibility of the voter to bring all of that knowledge into the ballot box. So as those who might have been following this issue know, we met last August, actually. There was some community outreach. The community participated in kind of a teach-in as well as a trial run voting, actually apropos of today's proclamation, their favorite farmers market in Arlington, ranking those as a way of learning how the system might work. And in follow-up from that, our registrar and electoral board met with us, the county board, in an October work session last year to talk about what we learned from that and what it could look like to potentially implement in Arlington County. Based on feedback from colleagues and discussion there, it seemed like the appetite was to begin with a pilot to start with primaries first, see how that goes. And so that is the proposal that I am bringing forward today. If we could go to the next slide. So later this afternoon, we are going to put on the website an online feedback form. You can find it by going to arlingtonva.us search ranked choice voting. That should be available starting around 5 p.m. And we'll have that available through early November. We are asking people for their interests in RCV, their interest in seeing us implement it on a scale of 1 to 5 to get some quantitative sense, but also to ask people what questions they may have or interests they may have in this. Pending that community input, as well as some other direct stakeholder outreach, I am proposing that we consider in November a public hearing. Of course, again, that will be dependent on community input. This is the timeline that we're rolling out for now, or I'm rolling out for now, and considering a resolution. So why do that in November when elections wouldn't be until next June? Well, we want to make sure that the electoral board and our registrar have plenty of time to conduct outreach and engagement and education opportunities. Everybody who hasn't already ranked their favorite farmers markets, perhaps having more opportunities like it to do so, get a feel for how RCV might work. It's also important to note that by the law, the Commonwealth, as I mentioned, enabled localities to adopt this for local supervisors and city councilors, but we do have to adopt a resolution with at least 60 days of notice before an election where ranked choice voting would be used. And we also have learned from our registrar that it's generally best practice to make sure that before the calendar year in which an election would be had, that everyone understands potentially the voting system that would be used. So I really appreciate the conversations I've had with my colleagues. I know board members are still forming their opinions, but I do think there was more appetite for at least taking on primaries as a pilot. And I know that we are all really looking forward to hearing from the community directly. So if you are part of a group that would like to talk about this with us as well, I'd encourage you to send us a note at countyboard@arlingtonva.us. But we will have that community input form as well as reaching out to some of the major stakeholders in the community directly. So let me pause there. No action item, of course, required today, but I'm happy to entertain questions if colleagues have them or comments that you might want to add before we move on. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commending you for advancing the issue. We have had already conversations here. I think and I myself have participated in a mock-up of ranked choice voting exercise with the registrar that was excellently organized, and we got, I believe, a lot of insight from that. I have a question that is technical, actually.
Yes.
So the last point you made is, by law, we must adopt a resolution 60 days notice before an election where RCV will be used. Now, is that from 60 days counting the date of the election, so the election date, or the date that voting starts?
That is a fantastic question. I don't know the answer. I can find it out, but I will note that if we were to adopt our resolution in November, we would be well clear of that, no matter how you count it, because the early voting for June would be well more than 60 days after November. But it's a great point, especially given how many Arlingtonians vote not at their ballot box on election day, but rather by mail, et cetera. So definitely indicative of part of the reason we want as much lead time as possible for education. But I can find out the specific answer to that question.
Sure. I mean, the technical is one. The other is the outreach and the education part, because, if the election is in June and basically voting starts in May, we want voters to be familiarized with the system way in advance. So that gives us effectively just a few months in the new year for that.
That's right. Yeah, I appreciate the point. And we had talked a little bit about this. It's a little bit of a balance that we probably don't want to start advertising a new electoral system before this year's election, lest we sow confusion. So in proposing that we do this resolution in November, I'm trying to kind of maximize the amount of time for exactly that outreach. Agreed. Ms. Garvey, did you want to?
Yeah, I just, I'm glad we're doing this. I mean, we won't really know until it happens, and hopefully it happens a lot of places besides here. But in my own experience in doing races where there were 2 seats up, and you spend a lot of time being careful to, if I can't have your first vote, can I have your second? So it really keeps you from being too partisan and too negative, which I think would be a very good thing these days. And I've seen it not obviously with myself, but with everybody kind of using the same kind of approach. And it might bring back a little more civility in our public life, which would be great.
There
We'll
is
see.
some research that indicates it does promote civility and more collaborative elections. So.
Yeah, well, that's what my survey of one person's experience shows. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. DeFranti.
I just think, I think it's great we're having the comment period. I think it bears repeating what you had mentioned on Saturday, which is that in the intervening time between last year and this year, the costs have been reduced. 2 to 5 million is not an insignificant amount of money, and so I think that's an important piece of why the slight delay in timing. So thanks.
Appreciate your saying so. Thank you. All right. Well, if there's nothing else on this, we really look forward to hearing from the community. You do not have to rank order the feedback that you provide. You can just give it all to us at once. We're looking forward to those conversations.
But we could
All right.
think about ranking it, so.
If you'd like to. Well, all right. So that concludes my chairman's report. We'll move next into advisory group appointments. I am going to make the following motion, which is that we appoint to the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission Mark Greenwood and Cynthia M. Lewin, both for terms ending September 30th of 2024. To the Commission on Aging, appoint Anthony Nunez for a term ending September 30th of 2025. To the Commission on the Status of Women, reappoint Arbor Johnson for a term ending September 30th of 2025. To the Community Services Board, reappoint Sherry Takamoto for a term ending September 30th of 2025. To the Crystal City Citizens Review Council, reappoint Emily Norton for a term ending September 30th of 2024. To the Economic Development Commission, appoint Ryan Boyd for a term ending September 30th of 2025. To the Human Rights Commission, reappoint Carol Lieber for a term ending a term ending July 31st of 2025. To the Information Technology Advisory Commission, appoint Laura Gross for a term ending September 30th of 2025. To the Local Board of Fire Code Appeals, reappoint Brian Fricke for a term ending July 1st of 2025. Appoint Karen White, Carol Staples, William Shelton, and Katie Atwater for terms ending July 1st of 2026. And appoint J.D. Martin for a term ending July 1st of 2025. To the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Community Working Group, appoint and thank Alana Cranen for serving as the Arlington County alternate member with no term date required. To the Public Facilities Review Commission, appoint Alyssa Trope for an at-large seat for a term ending September 30th of 2024. To the Transportation Commission, reappoint Richard Price for a term ending September 30th of 2023. I believe that needs no second, and unless there is any discussion, I will call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Our sincere thanks to all who are serving or re-upping their service again on these important advisory bodies and working groups for us here in Arlington County.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah, Anthony Nunez is here.
Oh, my
For
goodness,
the
that's
Aging
wonderful.
Commission, so it's great to have him here. And I'll take this opportunity, thank you for serving. I'll take this opportunity to say you may want to stay. I'm going to do a small report on the Aging Commission next. Soon.
Excellent. Thank you. It's always such a pleasure when we get to appoint somebody in
Please see
person.
somebody,
So
yeah.
thank you for serving. Excellent. And with that, actually, Ms. Garvey, I'm going to turn it over to you for that,
you.
and I think a couple other board reports.
Yeah. And so we'll return first to National Emergency Preparedness Month, which for the federal government, they've decided to call Protect Your Legacy for this year. Next slide, please. And so anytime you go on to ready.gov/plan, you can get all kinds of ideas on how to do plans. It can be a little overwhelming. There's some basics here, get your emergency alerts, prepare an emergency kit, make a family communications plan. Even that can get a little overwhelming, but I will go through a few things that are pretty easy and quick to do here if you haven't done them already. Next slide, please. ArlingtonAlert.com. If you haven't signed up, sign up. it's great. You get alerts, and you can put down which alerts you want to get. It helps you know what's going on, and I often find if there seems to be something going on and I don't have an Arlington alert, I think, oh, I probably don't have to worry about it too much, and sometimes you get an Arlington alert and say, ooh, think about that. So it's really handy. It's easy to sign up. Next slide, please. Also, urge you to, near your radio, we'll get into the radio in just a bit, WERA 96.7, that's our AIM station, Arlington Independent Media. Lots of fun, good shows that are very locally focused, but in a case of an emergency, that radio station can broadcast what's going on in an emergency, and of course, we have to kind of be aware in an emergency, maybe the devices won't work, maybe the computer won't work, and you want to know what's going on, you got to go back maybe to 20th century technology, which is pretty good, as a backup, and WERA 96.7 should be there for you and for all of us. Next slide, please. So I also like to put together a little thing, because I think when they have getting the emergency kit together, it can get a little overwhelming, so I try to keep it really simple. I always keep on, and this is after my time in Africa, when we would be riding on buses and there wasn't any really drinkable water and you didn't know what you were getting, but you were really thirsty. So we would always carry little potable aqua pills, which are to purify water. You never know when you need it. I find when you read about an emergency preparedness, sometimes they say you need to have so many gallons per person per day. If you're trying to evacuate, carrying all those gallons of water is not likely to happen, but a little bottle of tablets to purify the water for you seems like a really good thing to have just in case. Electricity may go off. You can do pretty well without electricity for a while. It's nice to have a little kind of night light, so I brought this. This is just a candle. It's an electric candle. A real candle, those are great. I like real candles, but if you've got kids and things, maybe it's not the safest thing. So if you have this at night, you can just have a little bit of a light on with a battery, and these make nice mood lighting when you're not in an emergency, just good to have on hand. And then another really handy thing, we don't need flashlights so much anymore because we've got these phones. You know, you can turn your phone into a flashlight, which is great, but if you actually are in the dark and you need to do something with your hands, and one of them's trying to hold a phone, it's kind of tough. So I highly recommend getting just a little simple headlight. You can put around your head, and it just, everywhere you look, the light shines, and you can see what you're doing. Those are really handy for camping and other things, but really good to have on hand. Last thing, emergency radio. None of us much listen to the radio at home anymore, perhaps. Actually, I do, but I'm kind of older and old-fashioned. But if the power goes out and you've got to get information, one of these radios is great. And this particular one has a handy thing where you can crank it and keep it going that way. It runs on battery. It runs on solar. You can listen to WERA to find out what's going on. And if your phone starts to go down and there's no electricity, you can actually charge your phone with this radio. You can use the hand crank to do it, or the solar. It probably is a little bit painstaking, but if you are really anxious for connectivity and you've not got a functioning phone because the electricity's out, this is a really handy thing to have. So I highly recommend getting some form of a radio like this, which is great. So that's my little locally emergency preparedness thing. I find every September I give these talks because it is September. It makes this September 11th, makes us think we need to be prepared for all kinds of things we might not expect. And I find I have to find things sometimes and realize, do I remember how to work the radio and stuff? So it's just a good drill for me to do myself, and encourage other folks to give that a try. Don't get overwhelmed by things. Keep it simple if you need to, but do something to think about an emergency and what you need to get ready. Next slide, please. Now, also, if you want, once you've got yourself ready and you want to help your community, there is a great way to do that. You can join CERT, our Citizens Emergency Response Team, and I do have a proclamation now to read for CERT, and we can just leave this slide up, and if this inspires folks, please sign up, because this is something an emergency CERT comes in really handy, and they were very helpful all throughout the pandemic, helping us reach people. So this is the proclamation. Whereas the events of September 11th, 2001 made clear that trained volunteers are invaluable in saving lives and reducing injuries. And whereas, since its founding on September 10, 2002, the Arlington Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, has honored its mission to help save lives and reduce injuries in Arlington in a major disaster when activated by the County Department of Public Safety Communication Emergency Management by providing training so that CERT volunteers have the knowledge and skills to save lives and reduce injuries wherever they might be. And whereas volunteers from the Arlington CERT support Arlington County departments and community partners by educating the population about preparing for emergencies, including natural disasters, pandemics, and potential terrorist attacks. thereby reducing fatalities and economic costs to our families and households. And whereas, since May 2nd, 2020, Arlington CERT-trained and affiliated persons have supported Arlington County Emergency Management and other public safety departments to save lives and reduce injuries in the county's COVID-19 response. And whereas, given that members of the Arlington community are likely to be at the scene of an incident prior to the arrival of first responders, and those few minutes can mean the difference between life and death for many people, volunteers with the knowledge, skill, and willingness to intervene are the first link in increasing the odds of survival. And whereas, on Arlington CERT Day, we celebrate the impact of CERT volunteers and encourage Arlingtonians to volunteer to make a difference in the community before, during, and after emergencies. Now, therefore, Katie Crystal, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, does hereby proclaim the 20th anniversary, September 10, 2022, as Arlington CERT Day in Arlington County to promote and celebrate volunteerism and its profound community impact. And, you know, I will just say that that terrible accident and fire we had at Ireland's Four Courts, and actually there was an emergency responder who happened to be on the scene, not working at the time, and volunteers that just jumped in. And if you read about it, it's really pretty amazing, and I think absolutely saved lives that day. So you never know when you're going to be needed, and it really helps to have some training. So encourage people to sign up if they'd like. And that concludes my emergency month proclamation, preparedness month proclamations, et cetera. And I have a report, if I might, a little bit on my work with the Commission on Aging. Okay. And we're going to see, we have a video I'd like to show. We'll see if it can work. And we'll see if our staff can pull it up. I'm the liaison to the Commission on Aging. And one of the things that they've done working with our Vision Zero, it's pretty cool, is a walking school bus, and it made the national news. And I think we could play this video. Hopefully the advertisement.
Schools across the country have begun a new program that begins before the first bell. The walking school bus is helping both kids and seniors start the day off right. Here's CBS's Jan Crawford.
Hi, Natalia. Hi. The bus is here. Toot, toot.
77-year-old Andrea Walker is not your traditional bus driver.
When I heard about this bus thing, I wanted to do it.
But this isn't Walker's bus. She's leading this kind.
Left, right. Okay, guys.
It's called an intergenerational walking school bus. Once a week, senior citizens walk with students to Oak Ridge Elementary in Arlington, Virginia.
The bus is here.
Everyone gets exercise, it keeps cars off the road, and more importantly, connections are made along the way.
Molly, I asked her how did I go and move, the icons on my phone. First, Molly corrected me and said it's apps, not icons. Right.
They hope to expand it to all county schools this fall.
You just get picked up by a bunch of happy people, and then you get to walk with a bunch of your friends. I mean, what's not to like?
Not a major commitment, but boy, a major impact.
And a major impact on you, how?
I can't tell you how my spirits are up. I can't stop smiling.
Seniors and students starting the day off together, step by step. Jan Crawford, CBS News, Arlington, Virginia.
So I just love that clip. And it's such a wonderful idea. There are 20 students, I think, signed up now. There are 20 more on the waiting list, so they're really working on trying to get people to help out. It's great for the scene. It gets everybody out walking. It builds connections. It's really a great thing. And I think if people would like to sign up for commissions, I'll use this as a blanket kind of advertisement. We need you. And it can be really satisfying to work on one of our commissions, and we have some 50 or more. So there is something for everyone. No matter what you're interested, we probably have a commission for that. So encourage people to check it out. Obviously, you can just go online and check out on commissions and find something that I think that might suit you, and try visiting a committee for a while and see if it's something you'd like to do. We'd love to have you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Garvey. Unless there are any other board member reports, we're going to move next into regional reports, beginning with Mr. Dorsey from the Council of Governments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to update you on some of the recent events at COG, the biggest item in the news for COG is our search for a new executive director. After more than 10 years, Chuck Bean, the incumbent, has decided to move on and pursue a more leisurely life than running the Council of Governments organization. And we are very appreciative of Chuck's service over the years. But we don't have the time to relax on that. We have to find a successor, and so I am leading the committee that is guiding the search for his replacement. And I'm happy to report that after engaging a search firm, we have a robust national search underway with apparently lots of interest from throughout the region and also throughout the country. So we look forward over the coming months to hopefully having a choice of a great successor. Mr. Bean intends to leave after we are able to secure his replacement and to provide some time to orient them to the organization and to the region. So we are grateful that we have a pretty soft landing with which to execute it. Secondly, there was also significant attention on advancing one of COG's key priorities in the area of sustainability, and that relates to electric vehicle infrastructure. So we adopted a resolution which established two things. One, a clearinghouse, which will be made up of COG staffers who will collate all of the information that's out there in the region, best practices in planning and permitting and deployment of electric vehicle infrastructure, so that jurisdictions that are not as far along in their planning can benefit from some of the work that's already been done. We can also take advantage of other regions in the country who may be moving in this direction, take advantage of some of the work that's been done in the research community as well. And the goal of this clearinghouse will be that we can hopefully identify in a regionally adopted framework the number and location and the types of fueling chargers that we need deployed throughout the region. Secondarily, we also established a working group which will be made up of local experts who will be joined by some of the leading researchers and also industry practitioners who will help advance whatever those goals that come from the substantial work that the clearinghouse will undertake. We will have a regional plan that hopefully will move us toward a more climate resilient region by 2050, which is the ultimate goal that we're working under. And then thirdly, we also had an effort to really kickstart another underappreciated element of resiliency, and that is our region's water supply. More than three quarters, in fact, of the region's water, the National Capital Region, comes from the Potomac River. It is the sole source for more than 3/4 of our drinking water. And for the District of Columbia and Arlington, that number is 100%. All of it comes from the Potomac and through the federally managed Washington Aqueduct. Now, even though the health of the Potomac River, the levels of the Potomac River are very good, very strong, and even though the Potomac is a carefully guarded and monitored water supply, it's still a risk. We still are at risk with it being a sole source in a time of increased climate change. We are vulnerable to drought that may affect the Potomac. We're also at risk for any spills or, heaven forbid, any other intentional acts of destruction which could contaminate the water supply. So in order to reduce those risks, there is new momentum to engage the federal government, along with other regional partners, in how we can diversify our water supply and also develop options that will help mitigate these risks. So in order to become truly climate resilient by 2050, we want to begin this effort with some urgency to have the federal government study a secondary source for the Potomac, for the region, for its drinking water, and to pursue options for additional storage capacity for water. And there is a bill currently circulating through Congress, which we are lending our advocacy to, and hopefully we will have good news to report on that in the future. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. That is incredibly important work. Appreciate COG taking it up. Mr. Carantonis also with an update from one of our Council of Governments policy committees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I participated in the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments Human Services Committee just last week, and the topic of the conversation was about the ongoing arrivals of migrants who are bused from the states of Texas and Arizona mostly. So in late July, that's the previous moment of touching base on that. The Region Forward Coalition has released a resolution reacting to the issue that then began, expressing support for legal migrants arriving to the Washington metropolitan region. And in the meantime, though, that means since May, when the first bus arrived at Union Station, we have received, according to the district's count, 9,400. To give you an idea, the first meeting I had on that, it was 7,000. So it's about 2,000 people a month, or 40 buses a month, or every day there is more than one bus arriving. That means. So I must say, and it's important to clarify, these people are asylum seekers. They are humanitarian parolees. They are legally in the United States. They surrender themselves at the border, and they follow the legal process. They have sponsors or sponsoring agencies, so they are absolutely embedded in a system that processes their application. Out of the aforementioned number, most of them need to be guided into their final destination. They have final destinations. Only about 10%, minimum 10%, between 10 and 20%, we were told, stay in the region. So the district, however, has sought to declare the state of emergency in order to have jurisdiction. That was a couple of weeks ago, to have jurisdiction to create an Office of Migrant Services and be able to work with FEMA and other federal agencies, including they even asked for the activation of the National Guard and to support the effort. With the following goals: first of all, to meet all buses and facilitate onward travel, to triage the needs of people who are arriving in the metropolitan area and attend to their basic needs, and then set up a system distinct from the homeless services system that is tailored to the situation and works to respond to this humanitarian crisis as it unfolds. So this hasn't, I asked the county manager and our Department of Human Services, this hasn't arrived yet in Arlington, or at least the people who have arrived in Arlington it's a small number, which we can perfectly absorb within the business as usual scenario of how our Human Services Department works. But that doesn't mean that the situation has ended or is transitory. The situation seems to be ongoing. So that means that the need for a regional coordination on this matter will be significant in the months to come, especially as winter will be setting in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. I appreciate that. And a great example of why that regional coordination matters a great deal. All right, any regional reports I have missed? Seeing none, it is that time of year in which we welcome our treasurer and her hardworking team to talk about delinquent taxes and resources available to those to ensure that they don't end up on the delinquent list. So, Ms. Dilipava, it's nice to see you and your team. We welcome you to the board office.
Thank you, Kendra. This is a little too short for me. I don't know. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, County Board members, Mr. Schwartz. I'm here to report on Arlington County's tax delinquencies for FY22. I am absolutely sure that you noticed that I am laser focused on delinquency rates. And that's because I believe it represents the report card for a treasurer, because it measures the entire operations of the office. From accurate addresses to communications to quality billing, the simple truth is if fewer accounts go delinquent, there are fewer accounts to collect. Our delinquency goal for FY22 was 0.174, and that was only slightly lower than what we achieved in FY21. And if I could bring you back to that time, When the goal was established, seems like forever ago, Virginia and the county were under a state of emergency. The Delta variant was peaking, and Omicron wasn't even on the radar. Well, what a difference a year makes. My team achieved a delinquency rate of 0.161, which is almost 8% lower than their goal and 10% lower than the prior year. Over the past 8 years, since I have been treasurer, the delinquency rate has decreased a whopping 52%. And if you go back 10 years, it's declined 72%. In fact, in the 30 years that the Treasurer's Office has been keeping track, delinquent taxes have never been lower than they were at the end of FY22. And you know the old adage, if everyone pays less. To put this in perspective, we were tasked with collecting $1.02 billion in levied taxes. The Pareto principle, 80% of consequences come from 20% of causes, is in full force here. Personal property taxes accounted for only 13% of the levy, but an astounding 94% of delinquent taxes at year end. The lion's share of the levy, of course, is real estate taxes. And last October, $4.6 million went delinquent for just that one installment. Those 1,134 delinquent tax accounts were from all over the county. It is absolutely critical that we pursue these delinquent taxes as quickly as possible. First, the penalties and interest on real estate taxes grow rapidly. The second is paying overdue taxes becomes more difficult with each installment that goes delinquent. Paying one delinquent installment is hard. Paying 8 delinquent installments is nearly impossible. And finally, we are the canary in the coal mine. We often are the first to recognize that someone eligible for tax relief for the elderly and disabled is in need. We make sure that they know about the program that's available to them, and then we work closely with DHS to see if other services are needed. 10 months later, last August, you can see in the map before you that the vast majority of those delinquencies from the previous October were collected. In fact, total real estate delinquencies over the last 20 years at year end were only $99,000. It's the second lowest in Arlington's history. We can achieve such a low delinquency rate because we recognize that there are basically 3 different types of delinquent taxpayers, and we have different tools for each of them. My favorite is focusing on the unintentional delinquent. Strong communication, reminders, ease of payments, they go a long way to reducing accidental delinquencies. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and that is certainly the truth in this business. We had over 17,000 CAP accounts created just last year alone. We send tons of email reminders. We have robocalls right before a due date, and we resend out returned mail, both tax bills and assessment letters from DREA, because we need to keep track of where people are. We had over 22,000 automatic bank debits last year. Allowing people to set it and forget it with our automatic bank debit program can decrease accidental delinquencies. The total dollars received via automatic debit has gone up 42% over the last 5 years alone. Part of that is changing demographics, and part of it is the changing perception of check safety. In years past, people thought it was much safer to send a check than to keep that private information in our systems or in a system. As you well know now, criminals are stealing checks out of mailboxes and washing them, which means changing the payee and maybe even changing the amount of the check and cashing it, and effectively stealing from our citizens. And sometimes our taxpayers don't even know it's happened until they receive a delinquent notice from us. The vast majority of automatic debits, as you can see, are for real estate taxes. A fan favorite is the monthly debit, which allows people to better budget for their real estate taxes. Making payments closer to home is another way to make tax payments easier than before. Last year, we were at Lubber Run. We had a very positive response from our community members that went there. So we continued with Lubber Run, but looking at the data, there was a concentration of people around Arlington Mill who traditionally pay in person. So we've decided this year to open a second in-person satellite location. We will be at these two locations September 26th through the 30th from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Moving on to the unable, I have some actually good news. You know that people sometimes encounter situations that affect their ability to pay taxes. Loss of income, medical bills, urgent home repairs are just some examples. Our Taxpayer Assistance Program, fondly referred to as TAP, is a great resource for those people. Just as a reminder, TAP is a short-term loan that is arranged through our partner, John Marshall Bank. The loan requires no credit check, and after a small origination fee, there is no additional interest for the loan. Over my tenure as treasurer, we've had that bank fund almost $3.5 million in taxes for people that are struggling. And TAP just got a whole lot better this year. John Marshall Bank has permanently reduced the origination fee they charge from 10% to 7.5%. And that means that the fee is now lower than the penalty they're charged if they miss a due date. If you include interest in that calculation, the amount charged for a TAP loan is half of what someone pays for a 6-month delinquency. And finally, you know that there are those that just don't want to pay their taxes willingly. We still have the same collection powers and tools that we have always had. Liens, wage garnishments, property seizure, court action. Last year, we collected over $10 million worth of delinquent taxes through enforcement action. Looking forward, our goal for FY23 is 0.147. It's roughly a 10% year-over-year decrease. And after a 10% decline this year, that's going to be a big ask. But I have absolute faith in our team. Our operations team is going to continue to work diligently to prevent delinquency. Our technology team works to help us analyze the data so we can prioritize and work efficiently. And our compliance team will continue to work closely with our taxpayers to get them back on track. We know, though, that it goes beyond just our team. We work very closely with many county departments. The Department of Human Services, as I mentioned, Environmental Services, Technology Services, Parks and Rec, the Sheriff's Office, and of course, your continued support of me and my office. We know it takes a village, and we are very grateful. We have a big due date coming up, October 5th, and we are here to help. Any questions from you?
Thank you so much, Ms. LaPava. We really appreciate that. And as colleagues formulate whether they have questions, I wanted to say particular thanks for your partnership. as we talked about at great length during the budget process this year, we knew that there would be fluctuations in the evaluation of individuals' vehicles, particularly showing up in terms of assessments for the personal property tax. That has come to fruition. We've done our best to explain that rather than treat any additional values on cars as a windfall, we actually spent it, so to speak, on tax relief by eliminating the regressive decal fee at the urging and suggestion of our treasurer. Of course, because that was a regressive tax, it means its impact was felt progressively, and those who perhaps had the highest valued vehicles are not experiencing the same magnitude of relief, and we have definitely heard some concerns. And I just want to particularly thank the Treasurer's Office. You've been terrific partners, not only in helping get information out to those who maybe have those concerns, but working pretty directly with our team in the County Board Office to be able to make sure we're giving people as accurate information as possible, clarifying the avenues that they can protest their assessment if they like, but also helping explain the decisions that were made in the form that tax relief took. So I really appreciate that particularly. All right, questions from colleagues. I think I saw Ms. Garvey's light first and Mr. DeFrantis second.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe we could even say right here, if someone wants to protest their car, they think the car evaluation is not, how do they do that?
They go through the Commissioner of Revenue's office, Ingrid Maroy. They have on their website a way that you can, I think, just contest your vehicle value.
That's great. So that's, need to go on the website, because I think that office is still not open. Is that correct?
Well, they do. They work from home, and they are in the office Tuesdays and Thursdays by appointment. We were given the wonderful news that they are going to be in person the week before the due date, full-time in the Bosman building. So we're very happy to see that.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. And I'll give you all a shout out. I don't think you closed it all during, I think you had open office pretty much throughout the pandemic, if I'm correct, almost.
Well, we did. We were open to the public. I think there was a short period of time where we were closed at the very beginning, but open remotely. We very quickly after that went into the office. And what we had to do is we needed about 15 people there to just keep the lights on and open the mail and apply the checks. I actually banned everyone else from the office because we needed those 15 people to stay safe. After the, I think we came back in for that October 5th deadline, and we've been open to the public ever since. We did close for a week between Christmas and New Year's when Omicron hit. That was pretty significant.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. Well, thank you very much for all of the work you're doing. And as your presentation shows and the comments from our chair, I think a major strength of your office in a way is compassion and empathy, figuring out what's going to make it easier, figuring out most people really want to pay their taxes, they may need some help, and figuring out what support they need. I think that it really helps make Arlington a great community for everybody. Thank you.
You know, Libby, I will tell you, when the pandemic really brought a couple of things to light, and the regressive decal or motor vehicle license fee really came to light when we were doing payment plans for individuals, and people were calling for a payment plan, a 6-month payment plan for their $66 decal fee. And that's when I realized that it was hitting, it is true that there are some families that have, very high-priced cars that also have a junker, and they're going to get a little relief. But the honest-to-God truth is that those people that it was primarily impacting were very much in need. And like I said in the budget presentation, it was a win-win-win, I think, because I sent out 20,000 fewer bills because of that this year. And that is the gift that we'll keep on giving. I know it's not a lot, but every $10,000 reduction in expenses helps.
Over time, it adds up quite a bit. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You had a couple of sayings that you sprinkled in there, canary in the coal mine, a few others. The one that strikes me is what gets measured gets done, and clearly you are measuring this very closely. I definitely remember 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I guess it would be, when it had been the lowest we'd ever reached. And so I'm very surprised that after how difficult COVID has been, that we're already there again. I guess just a last, so thank you so much for the work, and that means the whole team. The one thought that I have is we are receiving some emails regarding car payments, and that's an area that I just like to follow up. We have made a lot of adjustments, but it's still, the value of cars is still hitting some people significantly, and so I don't know if you had any comments, but I'm just going to really be thinking about following up with the Commissioner of Revenue, you and the manager, just to make sure that I've sort of absorbed that. But if you have any comments at this point, certainly would be interested.
Well, I did talk to Ms. Crystal about this as well. One of the things that my office has been doing, and we've been getting a lot of emails, is that we are telling them that their car bill went up because of the vehicle values. And we're also telling them, though, what their bill would have been had the county board not taken the action that they did. And oftentimes that means, it would have been $274 more than it was, than the bill you got was. And the other side note, and this probably is anecdotal and not fair, but my son just sold his vehicle. It was valued a little bit more than $3,000. And he sold it for $6,800. So,
wow.
If you can sell a car, it would be a good time to do that.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Buy another one.
That's right. That's right. Well, and I think too, one of the observations I know Ms. Dillipab has made that we're trying to understand as well is that we're all used to our cars being depreciating assets, and we're used to seeing that bill go down every year as opposed to home values. And so I think it is a mindset shift, and don't begrudge anybody who's a little upset. So we're really grateful for your partnership in trying to get information and seeing if we can't address some of those concerns. Or if they just want to share their upset with the county board, you pass them to us as you should. All right, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Treasurer, this was a very great report. I'm happy that that the relief on the personal property tax works, and I fully align with you and my colleagues in assessing that this was really an unjust tax in many. The dictal fee, and I'm happy that this is gone. Now, I want to ask you two things. First of all, under the category of unable. So the people who cannot afford to pay their taxes for different reasons. TAP is one way. Eventually, TAP assumes that they will be able to pay them in installments, etc. But we have also relief programs for those who cannot really afford their taxes, especially people on fixed incomes, etc. Do we have any insight of whether the existing programs of relief are are used by those who need them? Or do we measure that?
I could give you, the one that comes to mind, obviously, is tax relief for the elderly and disabled.
Exactly.
Yes, and I think that's where we are the canary in the coal mine. Mm-hmm. We do recognize when, and we're constantly sorting the data to try and figure out who has maybe forgotten to apply this year or whatnot. And we go and visit them. We get the process started. We have them sign an application. And then we work with the Department of Human Services. It can be very, very sad if we've also are dealing with some mental health issues where they don't want to apply for tax relief. That tends to be a real struggle because at what point, we can't do it for them, nor can DHS. We're lucky if we can get a guardian appointed, or it really is DHS. It's not in my bailiwick at all. But we do try to, contact DHS when we think that someone is suffering. And oftentimes the first thing we do is go to for example, DES, and ask, well, is the water still on? And sometimes we find that it's not. So we all are working together to try and address those things. I can't tell you off the top of my head how many people have applied for exemptions versus deferrals, but I know that there is a broad use of those programs.
Thank you very much. I'm particularly interested in this, and for an additional reason this year. I mean, the cost of living, not only, real estate costs or real estate prices are going up, the cost of living has gone up significantly. So these individuals may be facing multiple impositions, multiple pressures. So if we have any way to detect them and provide the appropriate assistance, would be of importance for me and for your office and for everybody. The second thing I wanted to ask you is about the commercial delinquencies. So do we have any insight how many small businesses are affected, or is there any trend that is salient this year or different than other years?
I know that a lot of businesses did close during the pandemic, and getting them to file the proper paperwork with the commissioner's office it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort. But we've also seen a lot of new accounts being established. Ingrid would certainly know more about that than I do.
Okay. Yes, fair.
But yes, we have, and we are seeing declines in both. In order to achieve the delinquency rate that we achieved, we had to see declines in both business tangible and in vehicle taxes, and we did.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. De La Pava. It's amazing. You come with a presentation every year, and even when there are things bleak around us, you succeed in always bringing us good news, which is really terrific. And the best news that I hear is not really in the astonishingly low delinquency rate, even though that's the headline thing. What that speaks to me from a narrative perspective is that you are really organized in such a way where you're narrowing the number to really those who are just unwilling. But for people who are simply having difficulty or for a time ephemerally unable, you're figuring out a way to keep them in compliance, which really just speaks to the elastic efforts of your agency to be more than just the tax collector. So I just really want to thank you for that. I hope that it's being recognized not just within this room, but within other jurisdictions, because it's really a great thing. And I think it commends Arlington, and we can't take any credit for it. It's all good news that you're doing, but we sure appreciate hearing it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And I will tell you that finally one other jurisdiction decided that TAP loan was a really good idea. So the city of Fairfax offers TAP loans now, and I'm sure that the additional business for them was part of the reason that they lowered the origination fee. So I think that is some really exciting news. I know that John Marshall Bank has always been there for us during times of need. There was a government furlough. They lowered the origination fee, and during the pandemic year, they did as well. But to lower it permanently by 25%, I think shows their commitment to our community.
That's terrific. I'll thank Mayor Meyer the next time I see him for the city of Fairfax going in that direction. That's terrific.
That's great. All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to you and to your team for the great work on that, as Mr. Dorsey indicated, spectacularly low number this year.
Thank you.
Congratulate you and thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. I believe we go next to our manager's report. And Mr. Manager, I think you have two for us this afternoon. Is that right?
Yes, Madam Chair. We're going to start off with an update on COVID and move on to a discussion of commercial resiliency. So wanted to give you and the community an update. It's been 2.5 years since the first case of COVID was reported in Arlington. And in that time, the county has experienced more than 60,000 cases, had more than 800,000 PCR tests, and more than 500,000 vaccines. As we continue to learn to cope with the pandemic, the tools and expertise we now possess have been able to turn COVID-19 from an emergency into a manageable illness. So today, nearly 9 in 10 Arlingtonians have at least one COVID-19 vaccine. Therapeutics are available within 5 miles for 90% of Americans, and testing is readily accessible. And last month, when we ended the local emergency declaration, we did that. I think it was at the appropriate time. Doesn't mean that COVID is no longer a threat, but we're in a new chapter. So what better way to mark this turning point than to invite back our 2 favorite doctors, Dr. Varghese and Dr. Miller. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ruben.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you, Chair Crystal, and to all the county board members to update you on where we stand with COVID and COVID efforts in Arlington. We'll provide a quick overview of the pandemic, where the cases, testing, and vaccine milestones have been, then provide an update on the latest community level results for Arlington regarding transmission and community level metrics from CDC, following an update on changes to the Arlington website, and finally give a review on the strategies we have available to slow the spread of the virus. So if we can go to the next, thank you. So this is a variation on the usual pandemic slide that you've unfortunately become familiar with over a 3-year period. What staff were able to do was color-coded by the various variants, so that it's kind of a retrospective, and then by year. So you can also see that while initially, given the scale of this pandemic, the number of cases in 2022 were just quite extraordinary because of how contagious the virus was. But you'll see that the vast majority of deaths happened in 2020 and 2021. So it just tries to put things into context, and also for those who will look at this later, kind of a history of the pandemic, including the various orders from the governor's level, as well as the ending of the state of emergency at this Virginia level and here in Arlington. And I think we have to just continue to remember that the initial part with all of these test results in 2020 and 2021 were capturing almost all of the tests and as cases, but as we started having more home-based testing, we're of course not capturing all of the cases. So if this is where we are right now, you can only imagine how many tests are occurring. And not all of those, of course, are positive, but we're missing positives. And this is what happens in flu season. So there's still a lot of COVID out there, but fortunately, as our manager has said, we have more tools at our disposal to both prevent and treat. And I think it just still bears noting that even though we've seen fewer deaths over the last 3 years, we have, at this point, 338 Arlingtonians who died. Next slide. And on that death, I just wanted to point out the same timeline with death rates by race, ethnicity superimposed. If you look at the total deaths per year, this is once again another evidence of where averages can sometimes hide the disparities. So please note that the risk for death by race and or ethnicity was highest for non-Hispanic Black Arlingtonians, followed by Hispanic Arlingtonians, compared with the non-Hispanic white Arlingtonians. This pattern has remained the same in 2021, though the rates of death are much lower compared to 2020. The data for 2022 are not yet available from these sources. Next slide. Continuing with the theme of risk, let me remind everyone of the other risks of COVID, the risk of COVID exposure and the risk of COVID complications. The categories listed here and the groups listed under them are what we have known pre-COVID that continue to apply to COVID. And so just focus on the increased risk, and those are impact of higher exposure, those living in congregate care settings, essential workers, those who cannot maintain 6-foot distances to perform activities of daily living or work, and the unvaccinated, and those who are at increased risk for complications those with chronic medical conditions, increasing age, those with chronic medical conditions and increasing age, and the unvaccinated. And it doesn't take a stretch of the imagination, given the data I presented on death rates by race and ethnicity, to say that it's likely that Hispanic individuals and non-Hispanic Black individuals living in Arlington are either at increased risk of exposure or increased risk of complications, or both. So as we move forward with COVID and resumption of our usual activities as a society within organizations big and small, the differential conditions which put some at more risk for exposure to COVID and others at more risk for complications from COVID has likely not changed with the resumption of our activities. Fortunately, the options for mitigation have increased over time, and hopefully we can have some better outcomes there. Next slide. Just wanted to remind people the various testing milestones. I'm not going to go through this in detail, but did want to highlight the fact that very early on, under the leadership of Dr. Miller and Dipsum, getting testing here in the community was a very critical piece to be able to help normalize access to these things. And so having the curative kiosks and other resources since January 2021, and which continue, helps level the playing field. We'll note that the home testing through the federal government started in January 2022, and unfortunately that has come to an end. Next slide. The vaccine milestones superimposed on this as well. You'll remember that vaccine was only available at the end of 2020, and fortunately vaccine and boosters have become increasingly available. As a reminder, vaccine was designed to reduce the chances for serious illness leading to hospitalization and death, and that has held true. Vaccine was not designed primarily to prevent infection, and obviously you can see that when you have a peak of close to 4,000 at the beginning of 2002, and as I've said, we don't capture all of it, people are still getting infected, but fortunately we've seen less serious or less deadly outcomes. I'm not going to say that we haven't had more serious phenomenon. Next slide. So this is a reminder of where we've been overall for our entire population. We're at 85.5% of our eligible population being vaccinated with at least one dose of vaccine. And all age groups are above 79%, except those under 12. This is the pitch that, once again, it's never too late to get primary series. If you're the 15% that did not get vaccinated, if you're not do not want the mRNA vaccine, well, Novavax is now available in our community. It's done through non-mRNA, more traditional methodologies to develop, if that's what would convince people to get it. And then, of course, the boosters are here, and we're encouraging everyone who's 2 months out from their last booster to actually get it. Whereas we've done well with primary series, boosters were much further behind, and we just want to protect as many people as possible. Next slide. Switching gears a little bit, I know people are familiar with both types of CDC metrics, and so for those who still hold on to some of that, I wanted to make sure that they know we've been following that as well. What's in pink on the bottom of that slide is the original metric from CDC, community transmission level, and that's through 9/16/2022. And in general, that looked at the case rate per 100,000 and the percent positivity. And in that metric, it's high. All it says is that, as I said before, up to this point, we still are seeing a lot of disease, but fortunately, it's less than it was before. And in the top one, it's about community level, which is really about, do we have the hospital resources, the medical resources to actually withstand a serious onslaught of disease that would perhaps cripple the system? And fortunately, we're doing quite well, and it's low. We are, of course, moving into flu season, and while some experts have said, well, there's no real reason to believe that there will be a spike in COVID cases, that's a diagnosis of exclusion. I'll conclude that next spring. I want to be wrong, but we've seen every single year of this pandemic, there have been at least 3 surges. And fall is a time in winter when people are inside and congregate. So I want to be wrong. I will come back, admit that I'm wrong. I'll be very happy with that. So I want everyone to think about that as we're going in, get your COVID vaccine. If you didn't get protected, get your booster, and please get your flu shot. Next slide. This is just a visual of the community levels and just showing that Northern Virginia and the part you can't see very well, the DC metro area, the district, and the Maryland suburbs also are in green. So we have the resources. Our hospital systems at the moment are not being overtaxed. So this is all good, and let's hope that that continues for the longest possible. Next slide. Shifting gears completely, I wanted to tell you about the website updates so that people can get the information a bit more easily with the existing resources that we have. So I wanted to give you some high-level updates. Next slide. So the first thing we did was we updated the VDH and CDC guidance on isolation and precautions based on revised quarantine guidance. And since it involves the now famous Swiss cheese slide, I'm going to be ending with that, so I will not present it right now. The next thing that we did was update the vaccine schedules for all ages to reflect updated bivalent booster recommendations. And so hopefully people will see that the material on the website now is even easier to follow. Clearly, it's essentially reduced down to, did you complete your primary series or not? If you didn't do the primary, get that first. And then 2 months after essentially that, you can go ahead and get your new booster. The old boosters are not available. They are no longer considered effective, and it's actually no longer endorsed by FDA. They're off the market. Next slide. So as the data sources become a bit harder to get from the various things, we've decided to make it easier for our community to find those materials on CDC and VDH versus the resources we've been using to try to repackage things. So many of you are familiar with the 3 pictures of the virus on our current dashboard. What we've done is try to create one dashboard where people can get the 9 major topic areas about COVID that people are interested, and to go directly to either the Virginia site or CDC site and to get as close to the Arlington data as possible. It's all going to be in one place, and this will start on the website October 1st. And my final slide is the slide on Swiss cheese. So you've seen that based on our COVID journey from the beginning to the present and the various tools and mitigation strategies now available, such as testing and vaccine. And given that there will continue to be groups at greater risk of exposure and complications for contagious communicable diseases such as COVID, there are things everyone can do to reduce the risk of spread to themselves and others. The more strategies you use, you can slow the spread of COVID-19 and various other respiratory illnesses to yourself and others. So as a reminder, please get vaccinated and or boosted, improve ventilation in your homes or your offices. Opening windows simply is one of the best ways to get more ventilation in. Get tested if you believe you've been exposed or are ill. Isolate and take precautions per CDC recommendations. Wear a mask, keep 6 feet of distance where possible, avoid large crowds. And finally, both for COVID and flu prevention, wash your hands, and cover your cough and sneezes. And it's not only individuals who can take these actions to slow the spread. Organizations of all kinds, public, private, and nonprofit, have to decide which of these recommended steps to slow the spread of respiratory illness they wish to implement for their employees and their client and customers, knowing that you also have to balance it with other social determinants of health. It's not an easy decision, and these are recommendations. As I said before, given what has happened throughout COVID to this point, I imagine we will see another peak of COVID this fall and winter, and I want to be wrong about that. And so I would encourage everyone to anticipate a surge and then consider how to incorporate as many strategies in your daily activities now as we approach the fall and winter and this anticipated surge. I'm done. Dr. Miller.
Good afternoon. As Dr. Varghese mentioned, getting tested remains an important piece in the fight against COVID. This weekend, I woke up, I had a little something. I was able to avail myself of our testing opportunities to ensure that it was not COVID. I have individuals in my house that are not fully vaccinated. My kids, they're only on dose 1. So I wanted to know what my status was. We think it's critically important to make sure that the community continues to have access to these services, particularly in light of some of the lapses in congressional funding that otherwise supported the availability of home testing and funding from HRSA to make tests freely available. With that, the county still maintains 4 testing sites: Arlington Mill, Courthouse, Quincy, and Virginia Highlands. Over the past month, we have seen a steady decline in the usage, which we do attribute to the easy access and widely availability of at-home tests, as Dr. Varghese mentioned. We've done about 5,000 tests in the past month. Each site is doing about 200 to 250 tests a week. The busiest sites remain at Arlington Mill and the Courthouse Plaza site. With the lapse in congressional funding that supported HRSA's free or reduced testing, as well as some of the changes in reimbursement from FEMA, we do anticipate that over the next few months, we will see a change in the administration of testing that is county sponsored. It's our commitment, though, that we will maintain testing availability for the uninsured, underinsured, or those that do not have easy access to healthcare. As Dr. Varghese mentioned, we think that that is one of the most important strategies to continue to keep the entire community safe. And we're going to look to continue to do that with the support of the manager, thankfully, having budgeted some contingent funds, as you know, to support some of these additional ongoing COVID mitigation measures.
Well, thank you both. I am particularly reminded as I see those charts when we used to look at that on a daily or weekly basis, and now seeing it over multiple years is pretty striking. Really appreciate your efforts throughout, both of you, and your leadership, as well as the ability that you have to keep us apprised of what this means and implications for policy and programming. Mr. DeFrenti.
Thank you so much for the report. I think we're on just a few days in after September 13th with a new booster. And I wondered if I was just looking through it and being reminded I need to try and schedule my report, but I do not, my next booster, but I do not know how has the uptake been? Have the slots been full as we're a week in? Just because I think you're right to be wary. I still get my daily email that says the level of the levels that we're seeing, and I think you're right to be wary of the late fall and winter, and so I wondered if we had any sense of the new bivalent or the new booster, how the appointments are going.
Well, we are, at least at the county ones, we are filling our appointments, but of course we don't have as many as we used to. I think to put it in larger perspective, while we reached 85, 86% for those 18 and older as a general rule, that was for the primary series. Booster uptake has been much, much less, and it's not just Arlington. This has been a national phenomenon. And so I don't know when the effect may wear out, but fortunately we have not seen a significant rise in associated hospitalizations and death, and let's just hope that that continues. But the recommendation still is to keep getting boosted when you have that opportunity to. So using the opportunity once again to get that message out. The vaccine has proven to be quite safe, and so the more we can do to protect each individual and protect others, while it wasn't designed to reduce infection. Obviously, there have been some people where it has reduced that infection ability, so anything to reduce the amount of exposure in our community would be, of course, well received, at least from a public health perspective.
Great, and we're still the supply is still coming, so we're still of the newest booster is still coming, so it's likely that we'll continue to have those appointments filled for the next coming weeks until we get greater supply. Thanks.
We plan on, with manager support, to offer vaccine through the fall and early winter to at least get those who are interested, both in the private sector and, of course, those who feel more comfortable with the health department efforts to get that vaccine. But we see initially an interest wave, and then suddenly it has been much lower for the booster.
All right, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions. One, do you have any intel on when the bivalent booster is going to be authorized for children 5 to 11? Asking for a friend.
Thank you for asking that question for Dr. Miller. We do not have that intel yet, but as soon as we do, I'll let you tell Dr. Miller.
Okay, yeah. Interested parties for sure. Back to the number of Arlingtonians vaccinated. So I noticed the footnote that mentioned that we still don't have a number of federally administered doses that could otherwise reduce the number of Arlingtonians considered not yet vaccinated. Is that a dead effort?
We should probably change it to getting the data from the district is less the federal institutions versus getting the transfer agreements between states and among states. Nothing changed from H1N1, and so they're working through those agreements. I don't anticipate it to be a huge number, but obviously anything that comes over would be grateful to be able to see what the real picture was from the. I would assume it would be more the primary series than anything else.
Gotcha. And sort of the last one, unless I'm just sort of misinterpreting both of your presentations, the potential for a fall surge combined with the reduction in testing resources that are available seems to me to perhaps be a combination which could bring some devastation to the community. So I'm wondering if there's anything that we should be thinking about from a public education campaign perspective to try and maybe up those numbers of people who are going to avail themselves of the booster. That seems to me to be a key tool to prevent the surges from happening and then people not finding the easy availability of testing like they had before. Is that something that you would recommend, that we use our tools and resources to really, really encourage bivalent booster take-up?
That is the beginning of this opportunity that the manager has provided. Let's start that, getting the word out. And we can do things in this public sense, but I think what we also have to encourage is word of mouth. All of you, all of the people listening are the best advocates to talk about this. Vaccine is readily available. So let's get, if you haven't gotten it, the primary series. If you are not interested in the mRNA because it's new technology, although at this point it is close to 3 years of the new technology. Novavax is available as the old technology, and that's also been safe. It's available in pharmacies, including our county efforts as well. So that would be taking care of the vaccine portion of it. Obviously, we still have testing going on, and so encouraging people to go get the testing if they don't have something readily available. There are people who still have plenty of access to home testing, but for those aren't, avail themselves to the county efforts. And so anything that we can do to increase that knowledge would be fantastic. It's just getting the uptake and getting people to go has been something that's been a hard nut to crack.
I just want to add on to that we're encouraging everybody to make sure they get their flu shot early this year. And just a little plug for county employees, if I could briefly, HealthSmart is going to be offering the first flu vaccine clinic. There's going to be opportunities in early October, specifically a dedicated clinic on Friday, October 7th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. Here in the Bosman building. So they can visit AC Commons to learn more about that for county employees.
And I can just put in a plug. I got my bivalent booster on Friday, along with my 14-year-old daughter. Terrific, seamless, smooth process as always at Sequoia Plaza. Wonderfully efficient from registration to execution. Beautifully done, excellently done. And for those people who don't like shots, if you don't want to avail yourselves of county facilities, you can always go to participating pharmacies and you can get the flu shot and the COVID vaccine at the same time. So, make it happen.
What's more exciting than that? Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. I can only second that. My wife went to get her shot, her Bivalent shot last week, and it was absolutely seamless and great. I have a question about the testing phase. So one consideration when we are looking to a potential of an increase of cases in the fall. So we are offering free testing. This is PCR testing. This is molecular testing. At the same time, the federal government now has finished the program of making the rapid testing available for free. The rapid testing is still a little bit expensive in the market. So, and as far as I know, and I've heard it from many people, and Ms. Garvey stimulated this thinking in me. So it seems like people who get COVID, then they recover, but they continue to test positive in PCR, so in the molecular test for quite a while, up to 3 months after, and they are not contagious, they're completely recovered. However, the rapid testing, the antigen testing is negative. So something inside me gives me pause in the sense that maybe we could make antigen testing easily available. It's also far less expensive than PCR testing, and make sure that people understand when they are not contagious, etc. Is that something that we think about? Is that something, for example, that employers want to see, because we don't want to lose millions of working hours just because people think that they are contagious, but they're not?
So let me be specific. The availability for free antigen tests mailed to your home, that program has ended. It is still a requirement for health insurance companies to cover a certain amount of antigen tests or reimbursement for antigen tests under healthcare policies. Now, for the uninsured and underinsured, it is different, and that's one of the things that Dr. Varghese and I talk about, is how we can continue to make that access. So that's where we're going to be concentrating our efforts.
Okay.
On the issue of testing, most people do not have to test to get out of isolation. It's just that in certain circumstances, and refer to the website to get more of that information, the vast majority, we moved away from getting testing out of isolation for the vast majority. That's been actually a recommendation for a very long time. You're absolutely right. There may be some shedding that's going on, but the vast majority is believed to be dead virus that you're detecting, because the test does not tell you whether it's alive or dead. Having said that, there are certain situations where if the risk were there that it were still alive, there's more concern. So if you're immunocompromised, having testing positive is considered a little bit more concerning than if you aren't immunocompromised. It would be great if there was a perfect test that would tell you you're completely cleared, for us to just go on. This is not just related to COVID. This happens with a lot of viral entities. You can test for the material. What you're testing for is the RNA that's coming. And so you can shed dead virus as well as live virus. You won't tell the difference. It's more based on symptoms and so on. So that's why CDC a long time ago went away from recommending testing out of treatment, but it has been left as an option.
Okay. My concern is mostly with, how people deal with that in the workplace, employers, what they should, and I see that there is certain fuzziness in how employers, when they understand that their employee is not anymore contagious, and I would, if we are facing a peak, we should be making an effort to inform people how to deal with this. Thank you.
Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. We've come a long way. I mean, looking at that chart, that's kind of like, it's sort of strange, actually. Nice to see you both again. Let's see. I'm finding that I am not the only one. I'm talking to folks. Everybody's kind of feeling like we need to start wearing masks more again. And I've really decided I'm going to try to do that in indoor situations, particularly. It works for flu too, correct? Would this be helpful for combating flu? I see head nods. Yeah.
Yes, as a general rule, think of it as a distancing tool. And so it reduces exposure risk. It doesn't make it zero, but the less you're exposed to, it's harder to get ill. So as you remember from H1N1, we had the best school season ever when we had it, because we actually got the school system to agree on the elementary school side to have, all the schools have sinks in the classrooms. And so they would actually have them wash their hands and cover their coughs. That was actually the year that we had the least amount of sick children because of that. So these things are tried and true, and they apply to beyond just one disease. That's why we try not to say disease-specific interventions. These actually go across germs. So yes, if you can wear it and do a lot of these things for your own personal reasons, you can reduce your exposure. And those of you who have children, I'm not recommending that you wear masks around your kids, but
It might not be the worst idea.
It may not be the worst idea either. So.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, it's just they'll wash your hands and now wear a mask. And frankly, if we come out of this pandemic wearing masks more than we used to, in flu season, it'd be great. Is there any talk among public health people about doing not only boosters for COVID, but also for flu? I mean, it seems to me flu and they're kind of getting sort of commingled, and they're sort of similar. They come up every year. You need to get a shot every year, most likely. Why don't we wouldn't it be a nice public health thing for just sort of regularly get both flu and COVID distributed through all of these same channels?
It's a great idea, and it would be terrific to be able to do it. We are unfortunately only able to offer COVID vaccine right now. It may be something for a future issue to think about being able to do both of those, but it'll be a policy funding decision to be able to both get that and have the capacity. But that's why the private sector, the opportunity through the pharmacies, absolutely, we've been encouraging people, and another great opportunity to say you can get both your flu shot and your COVID shot at the same time at almost any pharmacy in the community, and we're encouraging, in fact, to go get it done. We just offer our opportunities if there are people who, for some reason, are reluctant to go anywhere. We're working on the COVID side at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, maybe one day we'll get there. And then could you talk just a little bit about, I saw that we're now testing the wastewater and finding what's going on that way. Are we looking at, could you talk a little bit about that? And also, just to throw in, and not at length, but I also get questions sometimes about monkeypox, and every now and then about polio, because there were some scary articles about polio. So what do we test in the wastewater, and what should folks know about those other kind of important diseases as well?
Sure. So we have been part of a COVID testing situation, and DES, thanks to our colleagues at DES for participating, and the results are then sent to the VDH and CDC. So it's another way to see what's going on in our community. And so, yes, we do actually are able to detect, and we know that the Omicron BA.5 is what we're presently getting, and it's just a simple weekly test that's done, and so it gives us enough information to also correlate with what we're seeing in the community. So that will continue. We're exploring whether or not to pursue that with monkeypox as well. And on polio, just to reassure people, compared to what's been going on elsewhere, while that hasn't been raised for something to do yet in the supply, we have actually been able to look at our vaccination rates in our schools, because obviously we actually are the ones who, public health staff are the ones who staff in schools. So had staff look at it, and we have less than 100 people out of 30,000 that have exemptions for it. So the risk is low. That's still different from, could it happen? It is still possible, but there are much more medical reasons than non-medical reasons for those exclusions, so they really shouldn't be getting it. So I think we're in the best place we can be with polio, and it's a good reminder to always be up to date on your vaccines and realize that you can get travel-related diseases, and so pay attention.
Yeah, that's great. Well, thank you very much. I think the more we could do with wastewater testing and just doing it regularly, that just seems like a great idea. And I've had some very interesting conversations about polio with my 94-year-old mother, who read these articles, and boy, did that get a lot of memories going. Dr. Miller, did you have something you wanted to add? No, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you both, and the opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the emerging issues at this phase in the endemic pandemic. Thank you guys so much. All right, Mr. Manager, I believe we have one other item.
Yes, Madam Chair. So This past spring, we updated you on our efforts to address the stresses facing our commercial office market section. And as of right now, we're experiencing a 21% office market vacancy rate. This is a record high for the county. We find that office buildings throughout Arlington are unfortunately some empty and have unleasable space due to a combination of external factors, not the least of which is the pandemic. The past few years have seen an obvious and profound change in the way space is being used by businesses, and it has affected the tolerance of owners and how they see the risks in innovating their practices to meet the challenge. And as this board well knows, 45% of our property tax revenue in Arlington is generated from our commercial and industrial tax base. The great schools and services we enjoy as residents have been made possible by that very tax base. So, Arlington's economic and fiscal health relies on the development and redevelopment opportunities we have in our sector plans and our work with our businesses to locate in the county. So today, Mark McCauley is here from Arlington Economic Development, joined by Jill Hunger from CPHD to give you an update on the resiliency efforts that we presented in April of this year. And last week, I had the opportunity, along with Mark and Jill and Marion Marquez from AED and some of our other staff, to meet with a number of area commercial property owners and asked each of them what we could do to help. We talked about each of the ideas you're going to hear about in a minute, and we've committed to acting quickly for new uses in our commercial buildings, and we're working with them to champion the idea of potentially converting commercial to residential space and working with us on streamlining some of our timelines and doing that. Let me conclude by noting that many of those I talked with last week are still processing the changes that have taken place with their tenants and how they want to use space. The property owners were very welcoming of this update and engagement with the county and the sharing of information, and they're very interested in continuing the exchange of information with AED and our staff. You know, the challenges are really deep, and you know, long-term leases are becoming rarer, and the change to ask people who used to come to the office 5 days a week to ask them to do that again, that request may not be met with universal acclaim on the part of those people who used to drive into the office 5 days a week. So with those challenges and opportunities, I wanted to hand it over to Mark and Jill for an update.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. I'll be pulling up a presentation. Thank you. Again, thank you so much for having us here today, members of our county board. As mentioned in Mark's opening comments, we presented this initiative to you back in April. And I just wanted to remind you sort of the what's and the whys, really quick highlights of what it is, and it's trying to support that robust commercial real estate market, our fiscal balance, sort of everything that Mark highlighted. It's sort of a necessity to keep Arlington standing as a great and sustainable place. And why are we doing this? I think we're seeing a lot of different challenges facing the commercial market. So what we've been doing is we sort of bucket this, and we further define the elements associated with this comprehensive strategy. And looking at different buckets, including uses, process, intelligence, and other. So just highlighting upon uses is really how do we accommodate the dynamic commercial market through zoning ordinance amendments and enhanced flexibility. The processes, and how do we improve our processes to readily accommodate the changing commercial markets through site plan amendments, in looking at our conditions of how do we have additional clarity around our conditions, flexibility in our conditions, as well as looking at the timing associated with those conditions and requirements of those conditions. The intelligence piece is how do we ensure that Arlington stays current in the changing office market needs and tenant requests? Again, through broker conversations, these property owner roundtables that Mark just mentioned, and industry conferences. And finally, the other piece that we're looking at, and that looks at sort of our other work related to commercial market resiliency, including the future of our outdoor dining, and the conversions, which will be talked about in a little in brief. Thank you. So we wanted to bring to you real quick what we've been doing since that April 26th meeting. We formed this rapid response team, and that's really sort of looking at our quick and nimble uses. I'll go through that in a moment. We've developed criteria of how we're looking at these approaches. I developed a work plan that we'll get into a little bit in more detail. We initiated a pilot of a new and emerging use with micro-fulfillment centers. This came forward to you in July as an RTA, and it'll come back to you for action in October. AED has hired some new staff to assist with this work, and we've done a lot of communications around this, including conversations with NAPA Inner Chamber and others in our commercial market space. We did go to our commissions, both Planning Commission and Economic Development Commissions. We've stood up a new webpage about this initiative. And again, as Mark pointed out, we've looked at sort of these roundtables in a way to gain intelligence. So I mentioned, and you've seen this slide previously, of this quick, nimble, and nuanced of how we're approaching and looking at changes, and we typically look at amendments to our Arlington zoning ordinance. I'm going to stop here, and I think Mark McCauley will be able to provide a little bit more in-depth and detailed look into the quick and nimble processes.
Thank you, Jill, and members of the County Board. So I wanted to give you a snapshot of where we see the next few months as we kind of ramp up efforts post this pilot. So as Jill mentioned, October, we'll see micro-fulfillment come back to you. And then we will have a series of RTAs, or an RTA that bundles a number of uses in October as well. One is universities as office. This is a particularly low-hanging fruit of, and as you are well aware of use permits often being required for university uses in our commercial buildings. We think that's not as efficient as it could be, so we'll look at it by right use. We'll look at the Columbia Pike ground floor uses, particularly some of the lower hanging fruit like animal boarding, which is a strong tenant demand. Things like urban agriculture, distilleries and breweries. We may wait another month until we tackle commercial kitchens and line that up with food delivery. And then one that I think that is particularly based upon the conversations we've had with all of our staff in AED and others and our commercial property owners is this flex R&D as office. We see that as the trend of tenants that are going to come back to space are going to use them differently. And a lot of while the demand profile for new tenancy is still uncertain, a lot of what we're hearing out in the marketplace is that a lot of these tech tenants will want to use floors of office buildings for things like robotic labs or light manufacturing that still is consistent with an office building and will provide some tenancy. So we're also looking at, from a process standpoint, looking at, as Jill mentioned, some of the updated conditions complete from an administrative standpoint, and also considering things like omnibus site plan amendments and particularly important, redefining major, minor, and administrative changes, as well as Jill mentioned, future of outdoor dining, and I'll talk a little bit in a couple of slides about office to residential. One of the things we wanted to really update you on, as we've learned since April, is, and to really remind not only you, but also the community, is this quick and nimble process is also going to require a new type of engagement. Particularly looking at streamlined engagement that promotes the resiliency through innovation, but really risk-appropriate management. The idea that in many cases, why do we care what happens within an office building if it isn't having an impact? What is the real risk of a zoning change to the community? And so we've really landed on a level of engagement that focuses heavily on communication, so a lot of staff analysis communicating that out. And then from a consult standpoint, this online form. This is going to mean that we may interact with our ZOCO differently and our Planning Commission differently, particularly as we bundle a lot of these uses together. We've thrown up the idea of, for lack of a better term, sort of a consent agenda approach, perhaps, and we'll talk more with our commissions about that. in order to make sure that the engagement is streamlined. And it'll certainly mean that some community groups that are used to having in-person or virtual presentations about uses coming from the county board will have to really rely on that communicate and consult level of engagement to allow for these to move quickly. And then I know there's been a lot of talk in the community and in the region and nationally about, well, what are a potential solution of turning some of these older or vacant office buildings into residential to serve not only the need of getting that inventory off of the commercial markets, but also to provide much needed housing. The reality is, from a pure technical standpoint, our zoning is not really a barrier in that. Most of our site plan districts allow for both office and residential. You do need to do a site plan amendment, but that usually would come along with the wholesale conversion anyways in terms of rethinking how the building works. And we have done things like several years ago, the administrative guidance on office conversions we've used to justify policy shifts when appropriate. So I think while the zoning technically isn't the challenge, we certainly are open to continue to look with our planning colleagues at processes that may incentivize or encourage conversions. But one of the things that's important for everyone to understand is that the barriers to conversions often are not regulatory. They are things like an office building has larger floor plates that doesn't allow light and air in as well, floor to ceiling heights, central cores that don't work for residential buildings. So when these have worked, they've been very much not needles in a haystack, but many will think of that term of some office buildings just aren't going to work. Second, when we talk about vacancy, while we have a couple of buildings that are fully vacant, most of our vacancy is spread throughout the portfolio. So an office landlord will say, well, I only have a 70% occupied building, but that's not enough to justify me breaking leases, kicking tenants out, and repositioning. And that's always a challenge. And third, I think, is a credit to Arlington. We've always been very future thinking about redevelopment and about new places. And many of our older obsolete buildings are in areas that have long-term 40-year redevelopment plans that accomplish many of the things other than just new development, but new parks and roads and things. So that is also often an option. And I'm sure you've heard, and we've certainly heard, many developers saying when they run the numbers, tearing it down is almost always as easy as converting, and sometimes more beneficial in terms of getting a better product out of it. So with that said, I think we're open to any questions. Unless that was the last slide, right? Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I wanted to particularly thank you for that final slide because I was going to ask about it. This is definitely something we've heard a lot of interest in the community. We know we need housing. We know we have vacant office space, and it seems like it should be easier. So I know that you both and your colleagues have engaged in a lot of conversations with property owners about what's potential here. And your point about zoning and land use policy is probably not the barrier, maybe some building code, but we'd really have to start talking about incenting if we're going to realize this. So if a solution seems too good to be true, it probably is. I really appreciate the primer on what's a little bit hard about this, as well as all of the work that you all have underway to support the uses that might be a little more realistic. I really appreciate it. Ms. Garvey with questions.
Yeah, thank you. This is great. I appreciate all of this thinking. The world continues to change really fast. I was most interested actually in the very last issue that you talked about, which is looking at these buildings. They don't really, as Ms. Crystal said, our chair said, you know, if it seems too good to be true, it probably is. It's a really good, you know, and I've heard this before, that it was hard to do with these buildings. Tearing them down, I hadn't thought about that as much. Do you want to just elaborate on that a little bit? How close is it to, you know, if the building's not producing really much income at all, then tearing it down really might make sense. How expensive is it to tear down a building? I think that's maybe what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, it's obviously a significant investment on the part of the developer, but we have examples that come in front of you every month of where we're looking at redevelopment. National Landing, Crystal City obviously has a number of them, where a number of those site plans that are going through the process now are old office buildings that are being torn down. I'll say the TSA buildings in Pentagon City, where the board considered and approved the Pentagon City to reimagine Pentagon City, those older office buildings will be torn down for more of a mixed use type of. So the investment to redevelop is significant, but for developers and their investors, it's a much clearer path. There's less unknowns relative to conversion. And once again, you can design the building from the start and get those efficiencies that help the economics of the building.
Fascinating. We might get to some net zero buildings faster than I sort of thought we might. So very interesting. Thank you. I look forward to hearing more about this. Thanks.
Thanks. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. I'm searching to sort of try to make this tangible in my mind. So, and the meetings with property owners seem like a great idea. I think that's really important. Would you say that most offices are now going to 2 to 3 days per week? Is that, or is that too broad brush of a statement to make? You know, logically, it's painful, but logically it makes sense that we're at 21%. I'm just trying to get my hands around it a little bit.
Yeah, what we've heard from the property owners and more importantly from our tenants is both a combination of unknown, but that most are in some form of hybrid policy, where it's 2 to 3 in and 2 or 3 out. I think the landlords were able to give a good perspective on, from their perspective, the activity level in a building, because they monitor things like when the lights are on and those sort of things. And I think they had a very similar sense that either floors are still not occupied at all because people haven't come back at all, but more typically it's a sort of a hybrid and a slow comeback to the office.
Got it. And I'm thinking back to earlier this year when I did a number of meetings with your team on business retention, which I kind of loved being a foot soldier because I felt it really helpful. Are there more, I think you alluded to that, are there more property owner meetings scheduled? Are there a series? Kind of how far along are we in that?
Yeah, I don't want to put her on the spot, but I think Marion's on if you want to answer that question, if she's managing that process with her team.
Thank you for that question. And last week was our first event of that kind, and I think it went really well. As Mark Schwartz, County Manager, mentioned in his remarks, it was very well received, and there is interest in continuing. So I was just circling with the team actually to figure out, with what cadence we want to do that. We have been communicating with many of these property owners during the pandemic. But I think there's a lot of value by convening the larger group and to be hearing it from each other and kind of convened as a specific task force for Arlington County. So I would anticipate it would be probably a quarterly meeting and with, interactions in between as needed with important updates from the county and vice versa.
Yeah, Mr. DeFerrante, if I could add, being a tenant myself, in other words, having a workforce of 4,000 people, I was sitting next to one of the developers who completely understandably asked me how many days a week I'm requiring county staff to come into the office. And as a rule, I'd say we're right now averaging between 2 to 3 days a week in most departments. Obviously, our public safety and many of our staff have been here every day. And he asked me what would be wrong with my mandating staff come in 5 days a week. I said there wouldn't be anything wrong with it, but I would lose a fair number of employees. So that is the tension and the balance that we face. And I'm just one of the tenants, and I think that's fairly common in the marketplace, where a number of workers who did the commute 5 days a week are now questioning why they should. And so that is, to my mind, and Mark and Jill know more about this than I do and Marion does, is really a fundamental change, I think, that has worked its way into people's psyches. Once the pandemic is gone, I think that will remain to a certain degree.
And I think the important point there is that the vacancy rate is the vacancy rate. That's a space that doesn't have a tenant. The concern of the property owners is as companies work out this hybrid model, what is the space need? How is that going to change? I think we heard some optimism that people are saying, well, if they have 2 to 3 in a week, then if at least 1 or 2 of those days most people are in, then maybe it won't have as big as impact as people are fearing. But once again, the unknown is how that hybrid model is going to actually play out over the long term.
Great, thanks. I want to yield to colleagues. I will say one thought is that it seems like structural change in our system of work. And so I might want to follow up just to see if there are markets that are on track. The strength of some markets can pull along the weakness that's in that same geographic space. And there are a couple of markets that I'd like to follow up after, not here. And I'll yield. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey and then Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to pick up exactly where Mr. DeFranti left off. This is great that we're reforming local government to sort of meet this moment. Are you finding that the owner community, the broker community, everyone else is similarly taking innovative approaches to try and meet this challenge, to take advantage of growth industries, to take advantage of new ways of envisioning office space beyond residential conversions? I'm kind of sick of hearing about residential conversions in the office market. We've been talking about it for a long time, but there are a lot of other ways to maybe think about conceptually using an office building beyond people who use it for office space, whether it be vertical convention facilities. I'm not the creative person, but hopefully within this space, there are creative people who are kind of thinking about it. And are you finding that that's the case?
Yeah, I can answer one part of the question, and I'll let Marion answer the second. From a property owner standpoint, one thing we have seen is a really renewed interest in sort of significant investments in the building to make it a more interesting place. I think the analogy is the office now has to be as or more comfortable as your living room, right? So the idea of having amenities, for instance, one of the property owners said, you don't even get a tour from a tenant if you don't have a pool in your building. Because people want those amenities. And the idea is to bring people in to work, it has to be a place that they actually want to be versus just want to get in and get out and work. So that has been something that has been certainly we've seen in the marketplace. I think I'll let Marion talk about sort of the industries that we're looking at, but certainly I think some improvements to the buildings, I think we're also seeing them trying to branch out and look at different types of tenants as well.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for the question. I think that, based on our conversations that we had last week with the property owners, I think we were hoping to see a little more innovation in terms of how they're thinking about other uses, or at least learn something new about maybe demand that they're seeing from some of the other high growth uses that we're seeing. We asked, for example, about life sciences because we know that's a sector that is doing really well. We have a talent pool here in our region, that is very strong in life sciences, tends to be concentrated in Maryland and the 270 corridor. So we were a little underwhelmed, I think, with the responses that we had. I think the other thing that we should think about in terms of our engagement with these companies, oftentimes, the people we're working with locally, the organization may be headquartered in another part of the country, and they may have people within the organization that are looking or tasked with kind of more strategic analysis of the portfolio as a whole. And so I'm hoping in further conversations to learn what kind of innovative thinking or strategy conversations may be going on at higher levels about what to do with their various assets and how they're positioned in different markets. So I think we were all hoping that we would learn that, for example, that they're having their doors beaten down with urban agriculture tenants or life sciences or one of these other uses that Mark and Jill covered. But so far that is not the case. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for being frank, but I'm sad at that substance.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. That's an excellent follow-up to our previous discussion about that. Thank you so much. I'm extremely supportive of this, as we are all, actually. I have a couple of questions that are just for my information, just to frame it in a better way. The first one is there, the famous question about commuting, et cetera, is that at all a factor in how owners, or even, big operators like the GSA, for example, evaluate or reevaluate the market in Arlington? So we used to have a competitive advantage that was, we are on transportation. Your employees can come in and out very fast. Is that fading or is that still intact?
I think certainly, I think and this is part that everyone's sort of struggling with these questions, right? But I think what we don't want to do is overreact and sort of say people aren't going to be using public transportation and good roads and coming into the work. It's just going to be maybe a different type. But I still think the things that beyond transportation, which is a key element of what's made Arlington successful, that the placemaking is still important. So some of the things that you see up there in the uses, the reason why I care so much about animal boarding is not just because I have dogs, it's because I know that to get people back into the office, they're used to having a dog sit by them next to their computer, right? And now they want to be able to bring that dog and be close to it, while having animal boarding facilities that are really well designed next to office buildings is probably going to be a very strong amenity for that building. So restaurants, the food study, I can't stress enough how important it is that we look at the food study as an opportunity to help our restaurants recover. Because if we lose those amenities, then yes, it does become harder to distinguish yourself other than just rent from commodity locations, which don't offer those same level. So I would say the placemaking element is still something that's still a very strong competitive advantage, and we just need to make sure that we are staying on top of that and making sure we are not losing ground in that way.
Okay, but because also I'm thinking that at the same time, for many of our main leading industries, the last couple of years haven't been precisely bad years. They have been actually excellent years. Not other than small businesses, these big employers have been faring very well. We see an uptick right now, again, travel, even GSA travel, that could be a proxy for activity, etc. So to what extent is the pricing still an issue? Do they consider our market still too expensive or too risky at this price, or is it that they should the takeaway from this conversation be that they are just still they just don't have a concept yet. They don't know what exactly is going to happen next, and we are in constant contact to figure out how we are navigating that together.
From a commercial market standpoint, I can't tell you that there's anything distinguishes us on relative to us being weaker than anywhere else in the region or the country. Mm-hmm. I think the pricing of real estate in Arlington has always been relative to the value of the place, and I still think that holds up. I wish I could tell you, not wish I could tell you, but if we had heard from the property owners that said, we're losing all our deals to Reston because they're $10 a square foot cheaper, we would say, well, that's at least a problem to solve, right? But I think what we're hearing is across their portfolio, tenants just aren't making the decision. We did hear an interesting part that the smaller companies are the ones, I think one property described it as when you have two people making the decision, the CEO and the CFO, and it's a 10-person firm, those people are now making quicker decisions. It's the big users that are still very much looking at that, because I think, as Mr. Schwartz said, they have large labor forces and they don't want to make a decision that puts them at a risk of losing valuable employees. So I think we're going to see some, but those small users also don't change the needle as quickly. Yes. 10,000, 5,000 square feet at a time needs a lot to add up. So.
Yeah, and converting a cubicle office into an interesting office is a tough thing. Yeah.
If I could add just two quotes. One quote was like, the indecision is the new reality for our commercial property owners. And just to what Mark was explaining, I think the other big piece that I took away was the idea of having a regional voice with the federal governments, but also sort of a regional voice of going out to other areas and looking at potential tenants. So get people interested in the region first, and then then we can define into Arlington. So I think Marion is doing a lot of work on that on our end, and I think we were looking at sort of talking to the property owners of saying, help out too.
Someone used to call that co-opetition, right? Yeah. Thank you both so much. I was really struck too by the answer to Mr. Karantonis' prior question to think about the the essentialness of the places that make a sense of place, particularly I'm thinking small businesses, restaurants, and yet also it is essential to their survival, right, that we have those daytime tenants come back. So I think you all really have a beat on the extent to which this is an ecosystem in which the different organisms are dependent on one another. I think the silver lining here of a really significant problem is that we are not sitting idly by, and I really appreciate the quality of research and partnerships that you all have undertaken to try to make sure that we can get ahead of these challenges and get ahead of these opportunities so that we can be as competitive as possible in addressing these challenges. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I had just a couple other thoughts, just listening. I mean, for one, the whole placemaking, I can't agree more. I think the one thing that's for sure in all this time of change is people have to be somewhere. So if they have to be somewhere, we want to make sure that they want to be here. So whatever that takes. And I found myself, I'm not totally surprised that the property owners weren't as imaginative as maybe was hoped. And I wonder if perhaps one of our university partners might usefully, I mean, it feels like you should get a whole bunch of people in a room and do some really thought-provoking stuff and get people just kind of brainstorming, and that might be useful to do. And maybe one of our university partners would be best to kind of do that, because I think everybody's waiting to find out what's happening, and maybe we need to do a little bit of pushing and do some real thinking about what might happen, and then maybe test some of the ideas that come out of that. But that was it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure, thank you so much. And I believe that's it from our manager. So with that, I'm going to make a motion regarding closed session. I move that we convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2, 3711.A3 and 7 and 29 for, first, a discussion regarding the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county board. 2, a discussion with the county attorney regarding case 120 CV 667, currently pending in the Eastern District of Virginia, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the litigating posture of the county board. 3, a discussion with the county attorney regarding probable litigation, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the litigating posture of the county board. And 4, a discussion regarding the award of public contracts involving the expenditure of public funds, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the negotiating strategy of the county board. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. From all three, I think I heard Ms. Garvey first. Unless there's any further discussion, we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. We are in closed session. We will return at hopefully 6:30 p.m., but certainly no earlier than 6:30 p.m. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am first going to reconvene us from the closed session that the County Board just held. I move that the members of the County Board certify at the just concluded closed session, first, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and further, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Ms. Jacobs will call the roll.
Second?
I do need a second. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Garvey.
Ms. Crystal?
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey? Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Ms. Garvey? Mr. DiParenti?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Before we launch in, just a few announcements regarding speaking for those who are joining us on item 34. This evening, the podium height on that podium can be adjusted up or down. There are arrows to do so. We ask that you speak clearly into the microphone, which is on, so no need to turn it on and off. That helps not only us hear you, but the television cameras to pick it up for the broadcast as well. Do we have anybody speaking remotely, Ms. Jacobs?
We do.
Okay, so for our remote speakers, if you could please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are called to speak. That helps us manage bandwidth. If you are calling in, please press *6 to unmute by phone. And if you are on Teams or an app or browser, you can hit the microphone button on the toolbar. All right, we are going to begin with our speakers because it is a consent item, and then we'll encourage those who are here to talk about it to please do stay. We'll have a presentation from our staff and some board discussion as well. All right. Madam Clerk.
Okay.
If you could call our first two speakers. Thank you, no problem.
Our first speaker is Kimiko Lightly, followed by Cicely Whitfield. Kimiko?
Good evening.
Good evening. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of funding for restorative justice practices here in our home. Can everyone hear me? Fantastic. So Restorative Arlington is a 501c3 tax-exempt nonprofit organization established on December 10th of 2021 after 2 years of community engagement and investment to bring the full range of restorative justice practices to Arlington County. Our organization is equity-focused, responsive to the community needs, aligned with best practices in restorative justice, and accountable to community, criminal justice, and educational stakeholders in Arlington County. Restorative Arlington has involved dozens of community stakeholders, first on the Restorative Arlington working groups in 2020, then in the implementation teams in 2021, and this year on our 2022 advisory teams. In June of 2022, Restorative Arlington transitioned from a public program rooted in the county manager's office to a private nonprofit. This transition honors Restorative Arlington's commitment to being accountable to community stakeholders and allows us to create long-term sustainability for restorative justice practices here in Arlington County. Restorative Arlington is the leader for restorative justice practices in Arlington County, and we are excited to continue to expand our capacity to offer services and to provide support for countywide program development in alignment with our strategic plan. In January, we launched the Heart of Safety Restorative Justice Conferencing Program in partnership with the Office of the Commonwealth Attorney and Court Services Unit. We are currently developing referral pathways with Arlington Public Schools and with ACPD, as well as a pathway for community members to refer directly. We continue to be grateful for the support of the Arlington County Board and the Arlington County Manager's Office, and we are excited to work with other organizations and nonprofits to implement our strategic plan. As the organization responsible for the implementation of the strategic plan, we are the stewards of the vision, mission, and values stated in that plan, and we are supported by and accountable to the dozens of community stakeholders who gave thousands of person hours to bring this vision into fruition. We are committed to working with partners across the county to continue implementation of our strategic plan. I often read the vision, mission, and values of Restorative Arlington to remind myself of why I work so hard. In closing, I wanted to read the core values of Restorative Arlington, but I think I've run out of time and I want to be respectful of everyone's time here. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Lively.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cicely Whitfield, followed by Robert David.
Let's see. Is that high enough? Can you hear me?
We can. Good
evening. All right. Good evening, Chair Crystal, Vice Chair Dorsey, County Board members, and County Manager Mark Schwartz. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak on consent agenda item number 34. For far too long, Arlington County's funding practices have neither been formalized nor competitive, causing organizations working in the same area to be inequitably funded despite providing critical or important work to the community and its residents. With the leadership of Chair Crystal, I have had the privilege to work with other community leaders and activists to create new equitable processes that correct these prior wrongs and level the playing field, particularly for BIPOC leaders of local nonprofit organizations. For the past 2 years, our committee has reviewed data to understand what funding is impacted, how it has been allocated historically, and what services have been funded. Through this process, it became clear that funding decisions were not necessarily made on merit, and that the decisions certainly were not transparent. We endeavored to correct the process so that all organizations serving this community have a level playing field to access county funding. It is equitable not only for purposes of funding allocations and decisions, but it also goes to the heart of equity in serving our county residents. The NOFA process used in the Restorative Justice Grant utilized the process developed by BIPOC leaders of local organizations to ensure equity in county funding. It operationalized the hallmarks of equity and fairness. It advertised the availability of funding through a NOFA process. It made a process competitive rather than based on relationships. It included review of applications by subject matter experts, and the process was transparent and followed the process advertised. The impact of this process cannot be understated. No longer will funding be based on relational politics or optics. No longer will smaller organizations or BIPOC leaders of organizations without access to county decision makers be at a disadvantage when funding is available. More importantly, no longer will residents served by our organizations be disadvantaged because of our organizations have been excluded from or lack the proximity to relational funding. I am grateful that the county utilized the competitive NOFA process for the restorative grant, and I feel more confident that pending NOFA for safety net nonprofits will be handled in the same fair, competitive, and equitable process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Whitfield.
Our next speaker is Robert David, followed by Marguerite Gooden.
Good evening.
You're on mute.
Okay, good evening, Chair Crystal and Vice Chair Dorsey, the county board members and County Manager Schwartz. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Robert David, and I am the Youth and Gang Violence Prevention Coordinator for the City of Danville. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to speak in support of Cypher's work, including the peer NYPC. The City of Danville is a remarkable community rich with history and promise, and it stands on the precipice of success, and in so many ways through economic transformation and social change. We're flushed with opportunity, and with that, the city understands that it requires strong partners to achieve success outcomes for all the residents, and Cypher is a strong partner. So I arrived in Danville in 2018, and at that time, per capita, we had the same, as far as gang-related homicides, greater than Chicago. I've been there 4 years, and I've worked to interrupt gang violence and providing gang-affiliated programs for kids and youth, gang-affiliated resources to change the lives of those individuals. My office developed and implemented a nationally recognized program model called Project Imagine. I'm proud to work and have accomplished proud of the work I've accomplished with the city, but I also understand that intervention is only half the equation. For more than a year, I've worked closely with Cipher on a collective impact model on this Build Strong initiative. This collaborative of equity-focused partnerships and process is focused on the common goal. Share a community vision that all Danville City children will have equitable access to resources and opportunities to succeed from cradle to career. Cipher is recruited a sector of partners centered engagement with community and implemented working groups, which resulted in the development of community-based system focused on thriving youth and community safety. Cipher's work brought together more than 60 partners to develop a comprehensive strategic plan that partners goals across 8 domains. This prevention and systems building work was massive and very much necessary. We expect that the impact of this new community-based system will be a reduction in the number of children and youth entering the juvenile legal system and an increase in successful outcomes. The city approached Cipher to implement the Period and YPC Cipher, and they've delivered. What has impressed me about Cipher is the depth of which its leadership understands how the system works and the systematic impact. I also want to credit Cipher for integrating the community and where many leaders were exhausted by prior promises and efforts and previous consultants, Cipher came through. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. David.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marguerite Gooden, followed by Eric King. And I don't actually see Marguerite Gooden on Teams. I'll go on to Eric King.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Crystal and Vice Chair Dorsey, County Board members, and County Manager Schwartz. My name is Eric King, and I am pleased to stand before you in support of Cipher's restorative programming. I am the Executive Director and co-founder of the Capital Youth Empowerment Program, and I previously served as a probation supervisor with Arlington County's Juvenile Court Services Unit. With more than 19 years of service in the criminal justice field, I recognize the value of strong community-based programming that utilizes peer learning to positively impact the lives of youth. I know Ms. Patel understands that as well. We previously worked together on many tough cases and towards the same goals, improving the lives of children and youth. CYEP is a strong supporter of Cipher because it recognizes Cipher's values and that it empowers children. Both Cipher's restorative programming Peer and YPC meaningfully integrate youth voice and participation to create positive outcomes for all kids involved in their programs. Cipher understands the power of community and engagement. Change is not accomplished one-dimensionally. I have seen firsthand that Cipher understands multi-dimensional efforts and approaches are critical to youth success. Cipher does that through Build Strong initiative and its integration of restorative practices, education, advocacy, and its programs. Cipher's leadership understands the legal system, practice, procedure, and performance. We have collaborated on countless ways to support court-involved children and families, and they get it. Cipher understands not only how the juvenile system operates, but also its limitations. Research shows that criminal justice impacts, no matter how brief, can have negative impacts and often fail to address underlying causes of delinquency behavior. Peer and YPC not only work to eliminate the entry points into the juvenile justice system, it strengthens interpersonal relationships, encourages tolerance and acceptance of others, and promotes good, stable mental health. CYEP is proud to stand as a partner of Cipher in its work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Our next speaker is Daniel Lopez.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Well, I agree with everything I've heard today from the folks here speaking about restorative practices. And I'm here as a member of the community. I bring a unique perspective, I think, to this restorative practices. criminal defense attorney for 22 years, representing people with the most serious of crimes. I was a small-time prosecutor, not like Ms. Newton, of course, but very limited in the town of Vienna. I've been a defendant a couple times. Now I'm a judge. And I'm not speaking to you as a judge, I'm speaking to you as a citizen, part of Restorative Arlington, given 2.5 years and many hours to this process. And I think a few things that need to be pointed out is I'm not here to speak against any program. These are wonderful programs. Restorative justice, restorative initiatives is something that's needed. But we need, I would suggest, something that's all-encompassing. Beginning in the schools, beginning with youth is great. That's where it has to start. It's going to be generations before this is accepted. But then there's the youth over 18. Those folks need to be addressed too, the process for them. Restorative Arlington met prosecutor, defense attorneys, people from the community, probation officers, people who have suffered crime, people who are victim advocates. We met with all of them. We were educated by people around the country from programs in Chicago, California, New Mexico, Arizona, DC, and we learned a great deal. I feel that I should have a BA in restorative justice is all the time that I've spent. The commitment from Restorative Arlington is beyond question. I don't think anybody here could question their commitment. Their desire to make things better, level next to none. Their ability, the resources are all there. The individuals who I heard from other locations, and we could trot them all in here, we could hear from all of them. But the best thing is that the board is behind this. Everybody's disappointed. You try to get money for your program, you don't, well, you brush yourself off and you get back up and you try again. And I want to let you know, the board, is that for me, standing as part of a member of Restorative Arlington, as a member of the community, as somebody well versed in procedure, criminal process, trials, the whole system, is that I'm behind it, I'm committed to it, I'm committed to making it work, I am committed to working with whatever group is out there that can put this process forward. I helped write that strategic mission statement, the strategic initiative and the mission statement, the MOUs, I was involved in all of it. And those items that we went through are very vital and very important to any program that is going to try to resolve justice in a way that's not adversarial and in a way that hasn't been something here for the last 600 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Lopez. All right. We have not heard from Ms. Gooden, have we? Okay.
No, unfortunately.
So I'm going to suggest then that concludes public comment. Thank you very much for those who have joined us. Helpfully, we'll be moving straight onto that item. So we would encourage you to stay for the conversation if you like. We really appreciate hearing from members of our community. Madam Clerk, could you call that agenda item for us?
Yes, item number 34 is consideration of the Restorative Justice Grant Recommendation and Agreement awarding $100,000 to the Center for Youth and Family Advocacy.
Thank you so much. Mr. Manager, would you like to introduce the staff?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This presentation, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle Cowan and Elizabeth Matlock. Over to you, Michelle.
So, good evening. Just give us a second while we get the slides, sorry. Great. So I'll just provide some introductory and context to the NOFA in this presentation, and then we'll turn it, as Mark mentioned, over to my colleague Elizabeth Matlock, who is relatively new to the county manager's office, but it has been great help in steering and coordinating this NOFA process. So the goals of the NOFA process for restorative justice were largely driven by the guidance from this board, which you adopted as part of the 22 budget adoption, to where you directed the manager to begin the transition of Restorative Arlington to a community-based rather than government-based initiative via a NOFA process. So of course, the broad goal then is advancing restorative justice practices across the county. And as noted, I think, by a few of the speakers, this was a unique approach, very different than many of the other traditional procurement or other NOFA processes that we've run before, where we didn't identify, like in our typical RFP, a very particular set of services with metrics and all the paperwork. It was meant to be low barrier and really generate innovative ideas, where we weren't saying, here's what we want you to do. Instead, here, tell us what you think is best to meet this broad goal. So it was unique in that sense. And then this did use $100,000 of one-time funding that you all have allocated over 2 different cycles for the budget. So that's sort of a big picture on how this process started and what it's about. And then with that, I'll turn it to Elizabeth to walk through more of the details on the process.
Thank you.
So as Michelle mentioned, the NOFA itself was rather broad in its nature. The application required a description of proposed services, proposed metrics, and whatever community partnerships might be needed, a basic timeline for the proposal. It required that the organization be a 501c3 nonprofit, and it asked for biographies of staff involved with carrying out the proposal. The NOFA was distributed via email to nonprofits whose work might intersect with restorative justice practices, and the NOFA was also posted to the county manager's webpage. So when we got the applications, the review process followed best practices, and we assembled an interdisciplinary review panel that included representatives from the county manager's office, the police department, the Department of Human Services, and Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court Services. As a review panel, the review panel established a rubric following the NOFA guidance. 70% of the rubric was based on the approach to the project and its ability to advance restorative justice, racial equity, and diversion goals set forth by the county. The review panel specifically took this to mean that we would look at feasibility, the program description and evaluation, and anticipated effectiveness of the proposal. 30% of the rubric involved responsiveness to the NOFA requirements. The review panel's discussion was guided by the proposal narratives, the rubric results, and an understanding of the programs with which the proposal would interact. The Center for Youth and Family Advocacy's proposal was viewed strongly. It included a multi-pronged approach, which the review panel appreciated. It included the Promoting Empathy Through Equitable Resolution peer program, which is your more traditional restorative circle process where the offender and the offended work together to have an accountable mutual resolution. And then Youth Peer Court, which infuses a peer court process with restorative justice principles. Relax, Relate, Restore, or RRR, which is a community-based program, allowing a safe space to have a conversation, again, infused with restorative justice principles in response to community events such as the January 6th riots, and legal advocacy workshops, law, which involve the Know Your Rights training for youth. And the review panel also appreciated CIFA's proposal in that it was grounded in racial equity. The review panel believed that the proposal had a reasonable timeline based on prior experience that CIFA had in Danville and Falls Church. And the review panel believed that one of the strengths of the proposal was that it incorporated the strong legal perspective. So given the review panel's recommendation, we worked with CIFA to form a grant agreement. The grant agreement's core terms involved a grant period of 1 year with the option for a time extension. The funding would be awarded with $50,000 immediately and $50,000 after a 6-month report was received by the county. And then the expectations are that CIFA would form MOUs with relevant community partners and would implement the 4 programs described in the proposals with specific goals for outreach, referrals, trainings, program completion, and effectiveness. As a result of that process, the county manager recommends to award the Center for Youth and Family Advocacy with $100,000 allocated by the county board for the purposes of restorative justice in the NOFA.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Matlock, appreciate that very much, and I assume that concludes the presentation, which means the conversation is now with the board. Be happy to open the floor for questions of staff about the notice of funding available process, or questions or comments about the county's ongoing engagement in restorative justice and the execution of the strategic plan. I'd like to begin, Mr. DeFrente.
I guess it's more in the form of a comment. I've been thinking recently about the years since George Floyd's murder and the reckoning that we faced and the number of speakers that we listened to, 60-odd speakers. I don't know the precise number of days ago. It's more than 2 years. I don't know the precise date, May 25th, how many days have passed. But I do know that what we have been doing, even in Arlington, was not good enough. And so I am very supportive of the direction that we're going in with restorative practices. And we have all shared that thought. But there is still an urgency, even though the days and months and years have passed. And so that's just a thought that just because a lot of time has passed doesn't mean we don't have a responsibility to act with urgency. That's one thought. The other, I can certainly share the mic. I do have one that is a little more substantive, just thought, and it's big picture. I think that I'm fully prepared to move forward with this NOFA. It was great to hear of the work in Danville, and I will be interested, the 4 different components to the award, I'm interested in how those play out and play forward. I do just want to sort of big picture stay aware of sort of some of the context. We did act on Saturday on item 33, which included transferring an award, and so maybe it's at a very high level, Ms. Cowan. I think, am I right in understanding that there's still some grants that we're seeking to follow up and work with DMF to see how those grants would be resolved, and that funding would also be supportive of the overall direction we're headed?
That's correct. The action you took on Saturday addressed 2 of the outstanding grants, and DMF in particular, both budget and procurement, or the deputy director of DMF is working with Restorative Arlington to work through those other remaining grants. They're a little bit more complicated given that they're state in nature.
Thank you very much. And so without, over-promising at a stage when we don't know the resolution there, the overall direction that we're trying to move in here, we absolutely have to move in this direction. I think the board is unified on that. And so those are sort of one question and one comment that I just hope propels us as we continue to remember the work that we have to do as a community.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeFranti. Mr. Karantonis.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everybody, for coming today. That is a very important thing. Restorative justice is something that we embarked about 2 years ago. Mr. DeFranti is absolutely right. It was in the wake of the murder on George Floyd and the now historic summer of 2020. And I think that the board adopted a little bit later a absolutely impressive, in my opinion, strategic plan. I do believe that what we did is part of the implementation of the strategic plan. So it's a great thing that we had a notice of availability of funding for services. I do believe that it's a great thing that we did it in the most equitable way, and that there is a competitive nature to this kind of availability of funding, that there is no discussion about that. So the discussion for me is rather what is the sequence of outcomes if we compare it to our strategic plan. So for example, you just said that we expect MOUs to be finalized. Of course, we cannot force any other entity into an MOU, and nobody can. But what is the desired? So that corresponds to our strategic plan, because this shows the relationships with the community, and we know that restorative justice works when relationships with the community are the strongest and most and best networked. So what do we expect there? So what parts of Arlington County, for example, will try to engage in an MOU?
I think that's a conversation we're having with SIFA now, and what relevant departments would be included. So we're happy to follow up on that. I think it would be some of the ones that we mentioned around the review panel, and could be broader than that. But that's clearly part of what the agreement anticipates as part of the execution and the funding that becomes then distributed and available.
Excellent. A second question, because this is really very near and dear to me, and I believe that Sci-Fi is, known for being excellent in delivery on this. So the Arlington Public School System was at the very beginning in the center of our discussions, right? I still remember very vividly how in 2020 and after that, we have been talking a lot about the school to prison pipeline and how restorative justice was considered, actually first and foremost for, implementation in the, in Arlington Public Schools, or with the collaboration of Arlington Public Schools. Are they part of this conversation? Or are they going to be part of this conversation?
They were not involved in the details of the NOFA or the selection panel, but I will say that, I meet with their chief operating officer at a weekly basis. I know Samia Bird meets with her counterpart. I had conversations already with John Mayo so that they were in the loop of what we were doing. So I think we're well coordinated, and I know that they have their own sort of approach to this as well, and that Restorative Arlington is working with them. But it is not that APS is an afterthought in this at all, just sort of how we've been working it.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that we are in constant conversations with them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Absolutely. I wanted to just make a comment along the lines of your first point, Mr. Carantonis. I think it's so important to have this opportunity for us to articulate that the idea of shifting the sort of locus of restorative justice to a community-based organization, which has always been the goal, does not mean that government does not continue to play a role. And I think, as Ms. Cowan just mentioned, there's an expectation that some of the agencies involved in the NOFA process will continue to work directly with providers, including the one with whom this action will enter us into agreement, to figure out how the restorative justice practices, be they training or the expectations of that agency's role in restorative conferencing or other elements of the community, how those will play out. That's really important. And I think I speak for all of us in saying that's important for us as a county board. We want to see our agencies that maybe have been part of traditional justice, right, be partners in shifting towards a more restorative approach. So I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Carantonis, because this certainly does not represent the alpha and omega of the county's involvement in what is a shift in culture and systems. I'll add one more comment of my own and then look for a motion, which is just to say, Ms. Matlack, I appreciate in the presentation your reference to some of the community-based practices for kind of community-wide restorative justice. I'll say, when I looked at our action plan, right, which is sort of formed around these logic models, the idea that there would be a particular logic model of flow for outcomes we hope to see in schools, in the justice system, and then in the community. It was always that last one that holds the most promise, but I've always worried was the most inchoate, right? I mean, this is what was so exciting about restorative justice, particularly in the moment, Mr. DeFranti, you were talking about, as we as a community were grappling with systemic racism. That is also the hardest thing to do, right, to actually facilitate community-wide change. And so to know that that was something that the NOFA committee looked for to really ascertain what are the elements of a proposal that can facilitate creating a community that can collectively grapple with the impacts of systemic racism. And that is a tall order, and I'm really glad that it's one that the committee focused on. I also just wanted to share my appreciation for Ms. Matlack in particular, and my commendation for the NOFA process and for all who are involved. This is a shift, as others have talked about, and I think Ms. Cowan talked about it well. We wanted to hear from the community about what the proposals were instead of dictating outcomes. That puts a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of those who are reviewing proposals, and I really appreciate the willingness of this interdisciplinary group of subject matter experts in guiding us in that regard. So let's conclude my comments. I'm going to look to Mr. DeFranti for a motion.
Yes, I'll move the county manager's recommendation that we approve the Restorative Justice Arlington Agreement attached to the staff report, which outlines the disbursement and management terms and conditions of funding associated with restorative justice, notice of funding availability. In addition, authorize the county manager or the county manager's designee to sign on behalf of the Arlington County Board the agreement between Arlington County, the Center for Youth and Family Advocacy, the recipient of the Restorative Justice NOFA grant.
Second.
Okay, I think I got a second from Ms. Garvey. Did you want to speak to it?
Just briefly, the motion is made I very much appreciate your remarks, both. I was perhaps overbroad in the reform sense. You brought us to more specificity. I will say that I believe that I am sometimes both and additive approaches to address this whole area where I think we need to make significant strides and investments is the spirit that brings the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to support the motion. We'll note the larger conversation about the role of restorative practices, restorative justice in our community, like the field itself, is ongoing, and we should embrace the inquiry of all the possibilities of where that can take us, and to consider where we are now, the end game for where we will be. I don't want to send that signal at all, because we are at the earliest stages of growing this as part of our community, and part of that, is going to recognize where restorative practices are already in place, to be able to lift those up so that they can continue to imbue restorative practices in other areas where it's sorely needed, and to just really expand the number of people who are supporting us in this effort. But I want to highlight some of the remarks of Ms. Whitfield earlier. One of the things that I'm very proud that this action signifies is an opportunity to ensure that we don't, with this very innovative and necessary approach to building community and repairing harms, that we don't replicate past mistakes in how we go about seeking partners and developing that work. So thrilled at the work of staff in developing a sound NOFA proposal, and I'm also thrilled at the substantive approaches that the winner of the grant award is going to pursue. Those lines of business, if you will, are going to be really exciting things to see in action that we can learn from, model, evaluate, hopefully replicate, figure out how they may be applicable to different groups in our society, how it might be a part of, different organizations and systems that exist within Arlington. So we're going to learn a lot, and I'm excited that CIFA is going to be a partner in helping us do it. And I appreciate Resident Lopez's remarks that as it comes to this work, it's always going to be disappointing when not every great idea can be funded, and we have to figure out, well, okay, what do we do next? And I think what you've heard from everyone is that that's not going to be on any one entity, that's going to be on all of us to figure out how we make sure we bring the resources to ensure that the best of restorative practices in all the ways it can help Arlington is brought to Arlington.
Thank you very much. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to support the motion. I think we're making a couple of big steps forward. One in the way it's done, and thank you to the staff for the whole NOFA process. I've been on the board a little over 10 years now, and I've long been kind of uncomfortable with the kind of the squishiness of how it was described by Ms. Whitfield. So I'm really pleased that we're making some great strides in how we make these awards. And then I note Earl Conklin, I think, is in the back. My glasses aren't quite good enough to see back there, but I think, and I will just say that I kind of had my eyes opened in some ways about 10 years ago in my first budget session here, when Mr. Conklin was here and people talking about the work with young people. And I realized in listening to what you were trying to do, struggling with systems that weren't really set up sometimes to do it, which was to help young people. They may have fallen into hard times and things, but they needed support. They needed something different. It would be such a much more healthy approach to handling folks that have kind of had a hard time and done some things they maybe shouldn't have, but really need support and not taking the punishment kind of route. And that's not exactly restorative justice, but it's kind of the attitude towards how we handle this community and how we handle everyone in our community and try to bring everyone along. And this approach to restorative justice, which is just another big step in making it explicit in what we're kind of trying to do, is really great. So I think it actually, this represents really kind of a big step forward, and I want to thank everybody for participating. And it's great that we've got different groups doing this, because we really do need a whole of community approach to these issues. So thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Garvey. And Mr. Karantonis, final words.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in I'm going to support the motion as well. I think no offense to NOFA. I wish we wouldn't be even discussing that because the outcome of a NOFA should be funded since it's a straightforward thing and the federal government this is done. So I don't find, I understand that Virginia law compels us to do what we are doing right now, but other than that, it should be a more straightforward process. I think, and what I'm excited about is that, yes, we're wading in the nitty-gritty and in the weeds of what restorative justice can be about in Arlington. This is the first time that we take a bold step. We put public money into these processes. We make good on the strategic pledge that we made a little bit less than 2 years ago. And this is a strategic pledge that has many, many, many components. First of all, it includes a lot of agencies. First of all, it includes a lot of work from many people, from Restorative Arlington to SCI-F to many others, to the community in general. I will never forget that our striving to implement restorative justice practices in Arlington is a genuinely community-driven effort. We have been told by hundreds of people, in my case, I can attest that we cannot continue with the traditional criminal justice system. We have to provide an alternative to that. And then come the institutional partners here and if there is one thing that I will be watching through this year or year and a half of implementation of this grant and all other grants that will be given to us, or will benefit Arlingtonians at the end, is how we get these institutional partners, whether this is the Commonwealth Attorney, whether this is the court services, whether this is Arlington Public Schools, whether this is the Arlington County Police Department, or the community in general. How are these partners going to be enmeshed in a system that will actually deliver on what I am most interested in, which is that the people who we want to divert from the traditional justice system, that we successfully do them, that there is one pathway, an Arlington way, if you want, that will be available to everybody to go through and have justice delivered and peace delivered this way instead of sending people to the jail. So the second thing that I will be looking at is how we involve the people who we have always, who the traditional justice system or the criminal justice system excludes. And these people are actually the harmed people first. So, when you step into a court, the Commonwealth Attorney or the accusatory part takes the role of representing the harmed people. In a restorative justice system, and I learned that, after a lot of study and have been instructed to understand that they have to participate as well. And this is so immensely critical. And this is another element that I will be looking at when we make, when we see how this grant has worked, et cetera, and, in our ongoing evaluation of all this. So thanks again, staff, for doing this pioneer work. This is not easy. We always know that. It will never be easy, but this was literally the first time, and it was, in a field that, it's unusual for a county government to do. So we recognize the difficulties, and I thank you so much for your patience and for everything you provide as an input here. And I look forward to more on criminal justice, on restorative justice initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. All right, with that, I believe we are ready for a vote on Mr. DeFranti's motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that carries unanimously, and thank you again to all involved. All right, we have one more item to come before the board. It is a motion I will make myself, which is as follows. I move that the county board authorize the county attorney to bring an action for declaratory and injunctive relief in the Arlington County Circuit Court against the owners of 1713 North Cameron Street to bring the property into compliance with all applicable laws. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. And to speak very briefly to that, I just want to emphasize that this is a motion to authorize the county attorney to do this. It is not a motion to actually bring that action. All right, unless there's any further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, that carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, is there anything else to come before the board?
No, there is not.
All right, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
So hungry.
Oh my God.